Again, that was a fun run. I'm glad you think so. I enjoyed that too. It was fun to showcase ranger spells. You can build them into quite something. All right. Treasure Goblin mods. It didn't really trigger after the first session. That was a shame. We'll go pretty vanilla here. I think we'll play Taff. Game gonna crash at 33% here? Sure is. Alright, let me relaunch. That's another successful run. Thank you. Time to find a new Gortash mod. No, we're running the Tyrant of Flavortown for a bit longer. You can't improve on perfection, yeah. Alright. Um... Might call this run. That's still correct. Honor mode. Alright, I'll be right back. Hello.
Who are you?
Hey Shimmer, hope you're well. So, core of the build. thinking of something like this. We're going to be doing on-demand crits, thanks to Exposing Bite. First rule of Bite Clubs, we don't talk about Bite Club. Calling it Bite Club makes me want to do it as a Starian. Do it? Eh. I haven't played a half-orc in a while. Tyler Durgeon. What if I just call it Bite Club anyway? She got that dog and... Yeah, shamelessly stealing Bite Club. Alright. Exposing Bite from Wild Shape will forces the next attack from within melee range to crit. We're doing that for non-wild shape attacks. Edit build at least 2 druid, some kind of extra attack haver, probably. Thing work column is the end of Ranger Danger. Nothing too crazy, Bull Badger. I just kind of phoned it in. Fierce Perilous Stakes, Artistry of War type stuff. I miss Virginia. Good old Virginia thick. So, while I eat my food here, let's think through this. I will most likely want an extra attack user and not Warlock, because your extra attack does work in Wild Shape. Non-druid extra attack does work. So that allows me to queue up the first part of the attack with Exposing Bite, drop the Wild Shape, and still have my other attack ready to go. So that'll be an option once I get extra attack from somewhere. That'd be either at level 7 total, with one of the marshals, or level 8 total with Bard or Bladesinger. If I hated myself a bit more, Bladesinger would make sense here. Not a bit more, can't sneak that by him. Why not? Next, you're gonna be Entertaining Paladin? No. I mean, I'm forcing a crit. No. Alright, what if Gloomstalker, just because, that punishes me less for not taking the feat early? Because Dread Ambusher for initiative. And then Dread Ambusher as an attack I can do for my auto crit. So for the early game, we do something like 2 Druid, 3 Ranger. Kind of like that. I could go right into Monk. That's an option. Problem is capitalizing on Flurry of Blows that way is awkward if I'm doing Moon Druid. If I'm going to do Monk, I probably specifically don't do Moon Druid. I think I would go maybe Land for the extra functional spell slot. No, Spores for just having something to do with my reaction would make sense. Missed out a little bit in here. Exclam info. I go Noble or Guild Artist in here? Yeah, let's go Noble. Oh, I'm gonna need some Constitution for this. Does Exposing Bite benefit activate from extra attacks? Yes. I can, as long as I have a non-druid extra attack, I can queue up my extra attack with Exposing Bite, drop Wild Shape, and still have my second attack to use. If I had druid extra attack, so like Wild Strike, as soon as I drop Wild Shape, I wouldn't be able to use that extra attack anymore. I think Rogue would go well with this for juicy crit sneak attack, uncanny dodge, maybe evasion. Yeah, Rogue would. Barbarian? If I went to Barb 9 for Brutal Critical, I could be doing Savage Attacks, Brutal Critical on this. That'd be one very juicy hit. It would also help solve my initiative issues for not taking Alert, but it'd do so later. But I'm thinking maybe Barb in the later game, yeah. It's fully an option. What kind of Barb would it be? Wildheart for sure, right? But what flavor? Probably be Honey Badger territory. Doing some old school Blooded Great Axe. Nice. Want the extra prepared slot, I think. How comfortable am I in going very low con? For wild shape builds, I do like having Constitution. We'll tank our Charisma a little bit. At least for now. Hand sleeve long strider. I'm not a wisdom believer. Wisdom isn't good. But I want the extra prepared slot. We definitely go Thorn Whip here. Without a doubt, Thorn Whip. The question is if I want guidance or resistance here. I guess we'll do guidance. Alright, randomize till I'm satisfied. We need main character energy. Oh, that one was main character energy. I just clicked too fast. But this one's fun. Yeah.
Where to next?
Let's hope the locals are friendly.
Sure. Alright. What are we naming them? Orkaga. Doing 1d12 weapon as well, even better greatsword. Greatsword would be bad, because I would be getting an extra d6. You get one extra die. It's not that your die are doubled up from savage attacks, it's you get one extra of whatever you have. So a d12 weapon is good, because you're adding a d12 of damage. But if you're doing a greatsword, you're adding a d6 of damage, because a greatsword's damage die is a d6. So, for weapons here, I'm going to want, notably, not Shadow Blade, because that's not gonna scale all that well. Big two-handers, axes, pikes, two-handing longswords is okay too. That kind of stuff. Glaive, yeah. You know what, Ace?
You need a guardian. Choose one.
No idea what we got there. Alright, let's do it. Oh, we are 5.5 hours into stream, starting a new run, because I played this game a normal amount.
Dead. Good.
Hey, Bangley.
Moving ahead.
Acid arrow start? Not bad.
Here goes nothing.
Lady. Yeah, the reason we chose half orc is for savage attacks, which is one extra die of whatever the weapon I'm critting with is when I hit a melee weapon crit.
Better.
So, this quarterstaff, since I'm two-handing it, I would be getting a d8. If I was one-handing it, it'd be a d6.
I need a quick word.
Please, remove us from this body, from this case. Free us. Please.
Apart
from this strange context, you notice nothing unusual about the brain. The brain lifts from the skull.
We must go to the house.
The helm we needed. Feeling uninspired by Baldur's Gate lately. Guess what got me back to run Death Cleric? Let's go, Kels. It's uninspired. I was gonna suggest boring. We need to stop being the same person with the same stupid sense of humor, Danny. That's not funny. Why is it funny? It's not fun. Counterpoint? No? Oh. Okay.
Another trick up my sleeve. Best get going. Breathe deep and move.
We will.
The Corcus Habit attacks that won't work with martial arts die override. Yeah, that is annoying. Venturing Quag run ended from some range attack in level 3. It was weird. I feel like that's happened to me.
Death won't take me yet.
Speed pot, I can't be lazy. Cool.
Never a dull moment.
Be a doggo build like Sorcerer 5 for extra doggos too? No, I don't think so.
No one back home will ever believe this.
You proved surprisingly adequate in
Another step forward.
Shadow Sorcerer I've been picking lately because in quantities of less than 6 levels, it just provides the most of the time. Most. Not because I actually want any Shadow Sorcerer features in particular. If you're not doing Nimbus or going pure class level 11, meh.
Let's see.
I suppose the cheat death is nice in party play if you're playing around it.
Oh, enough waiting. I crave blood.
And, well, in it.
Efficient either way.
Can't slow down.
What surprised no one, this is a good setup for Ratbat. Yeah, praise be. One day I'll do the new strat. It's not today. Yeah, I'm not proficient, am I? I'm gonna be later.
How many hosts of his gay infected?
A rune. But for what?
It should leave us behind somewhere. Go for the intellect devour. I'll be level 2 once we recruit Shart. I don't need to go out of my way.
We have no time for stragglers. Good.
The console hums to life. So then discomfort fades, and another sensation washes over you. Connect with
sorrow.
ship.
I have Thornlip. I'm less interested.
Let me come with you. She's
We'll take that though.
Might be useful.
Maggots will be done.
Apparently, Zell, time for your accident. Easier, she could just jump in there. No Shart's gains.
As I was taught.
As I was taught, Lazel?
Still breathing, despite everything. Moving in.
As I was taught.
my faith protects me. On I go.
Time to rest. With haste. I need a little extra edge.
Use every advantage.
What to do?
Can't afford to stay idle. This way.
I've got a long road ahead.
Don't care about the spell slot. Ooh. Could do an early exit. It's a challenge of this run. I have it in the title, right? Exclamation mark info. Cantrips suck at this point in the game.
One day, I'll catch a break.
I want to spawn in the ones in the back yet.
On I go.
Okay. Guess that's happening. that void pulp. Stalk is stunned.
Don't waste a step.
No words for what I just learned. I'm waiting.
Here we go again.
Getting the disarm means I'm pretty definitely not getting the Mind Flayer XP. YOLO. All things for you except quest 6, what are the runes in the prologue of Diablo 4, you get some XP. This XP does not matter.
If this ship hits the ground, we're dead.
So I am assuming you got that XP and then found out it was irrelevant afterwards? Did. Tragic. Yeah, disarming Zulk was not in my best interest here. Whatever, we're fucking around. Yeah, there's the Campions. What's Bike Club? Don't talk about Bike Club. That's info commit. Get ready for that question. Every stream for the meme? Yeah. Yeah. I should have had us do that hit. Alright, now this one missed it. Actually, no, don't. Hit, but like not for lethal. That's the wrong person. I should have been specific. I mean, I could jump there, grab an Nautiloid tank, line up for Shard to get the kill, but that doesn't seem realistic.
Can't
I'm
slow
just gonna
down.
go here.
Smoother than a wisp.
Us probably doesn't survive this, right? Do I care? Let's go here. Nice.
Your turn now.
Never punished. Easy clap.
The helm's alien trans.
This is Alcarol's worst punch I've ever seen. Yeah, that was pretty bad. Us took that like a champ. Yeah. That went well. Didn't expect to get good XP on that Nautiloid, but it's pretty good. See, if she was thick shark, she'd be standing still. Well, she'd just be able to not take fall damage, because the cushion. You ever been jealous of the ground before?
As you wake, the tadpole and you're the tad.
Alright. So, I have a few options here. Circle of the Stars and Circle of the Spores are generally the level 2 druid dips that are the most impactful on builds. Moon will allow me to wild shape on my bonus action. Which, once I get extra attack, that's better for me. But until I get extra attack, I don't necessarily need to go that way. So I think until that point, Spores is better. Because you get, what, 2 wild shape charges per, for us, right? Yeah, I think we go Spores. Because they all get Wolf. And that's what I'm after here. Do something like this. Fog Cloud, actually. Final build will almost certainly be Moon. But for now. So we'll put on Symbiotic Entity. And
Where's the head?
that still leaves us a wild shape charge for Wolf, if we should want that for some reason. Having Halo Spores here is nice. Do like that.
You're alive. We might have escaped, but no. We need each other. Takes you along. Something the matter? Must we? Thank you. If you're sure.
Reviving Lae'zel while Shart's in the party gives the Acolyte inspo for reviving someone for the first time. But then dismissing Shart for recruiting Lae'zel avoids the approval drop that you get with Shart for recruiting Lae'zel.
We've no time to wait. I will be.
Let's have a look.
Okay. Can't forget to equip the brimmed hat. It's not old floppy, but it is a brimmed hat.
fresh water. There must be a settlement somewhere nearby.
If she plays her cards right, she'll get old floppy later. Isn't that kind of what happens as you age? Is that what we're referring to? Wait for a second, is this Githyank and Machain's brother? No, this is a half-orc lady.
Something good here, I hope.
Important to keep the sun off your neck. That's true. That's true. Alright, check this out.
Can't keep me out.
It's easy. Just get the desired outcome. Just roll good.
Built for the living. Be cautious.
Oh, I messed up. I messed up. Get out. Oh no. Get out. I did it in the wrong order. No, as long as the fireball doesn't hit me reach. Yeah, everything's fine. That was the universe punishing me for rolling good.
Strange coin. I wonder what it's
Easy
worth.
noble inspo from grabbing a soul coin. I can't believe I almost died there. Would have been entirely deserved. It's just very funny to think about.
Armed scribes. But no sign of a struggle.
Loads of short rest potions kind of run. Defense. But like, when is there a run that doesn't benefit from loads of short rest potions? Outside of Rogue.
Looks like someone wanted to bury their secrets. Looking ahead.
Yeah, I won't wild shape for a bit. Get symbiotic going. The most important thing to plan. Will we risen this run?
What's going on with that rune? Looks unstable somehow.
Just thinking, don't want to be that guy. Aren't you only ever getting 2 exposing bite crits per combat? No, you're getting 1.
There. A mind flare. And it's hurt. Monster.
Get extra attack from 5 in a martial class to carry over to wild shapes? Yes. Wasn't been romanced in a while. It's been a bit for Will. It's been a bit for Will. Manson.
In the grass.
Who?
You can kill it there. Shh. Now. And now you're going to do. What was that? What's going on?
Does anyone not romance chart? Easy, by romancing the other characters.
And you tell me. I'm half tempted to spill your guts all over the. My name's so. Although it hasn't happened yet. All. Well, hello. What can I do? Oh,
Minsk? Minsk tells you himself that he's not interested in that kind of thing. And I absolutely do not view Minsk in that way either.
Well, the day was as bad as it could have.
I hear shouting up ahead.
Mind reading?
Everyone else minds their business. I'll be fine. Should mind my
Hey, Kara. Almost punished.
step. Stay grounded forever.
Good initiative. Rare.
My sickle and sword, strike them down!
The triple. Good job, Will.
Scouts! Get to the high ground! Raiders! Shoot the bastard! For the
Barth, you want to try surviving? Devler, you want to try getting hit?
Good idea, I think.
Yes. Will is dodging a little too much. I might need him to have an accident soon. He's gaming a little too hard.
I'll bleed every last one of you!
Messed up.
That's a friendly-looking shadow.
Let's just hide, see what happens. There we go.
Another step forward. All right.
I don't know that I needed to hit Ramira for 20 damage, but...
Breathe deep and move.
Alas! Yeah, Zevlor thinks this is fine, but I throw an elixir at him wrong and grow defense and I'm his biggest enemy? Damn.
Right. Time to scout.
Do you think Mizora intentionally made sure Will's curse gave him some the most cumbersome set of horns that would interfere with the most laying his head down or put on shirts? Some of the Tiefling horns don't look like they get too much in the way. Will's look like he need custom pillows. Mizora does strike me as someone that petty, so yeah, I'm gonna go with yes.
No hesitation.
Oh. It's worth it. It's worth it. Speed pot for 20 XP. So far I've gotten as much XP out of this encounter as I could have. Okay, Zevlor, I take back what I said
Light
about
on my feet.
get hit more. Get hit less. Enjoy your lurk.
Think you can take me on?
It's 50-50. Either you hit him or you don't. Yep, let's just scooch on by there and grab those daggers, bud. Hey, Black Tiger. Bite Club? Yeah.
Maybe I should. This is good.
She's so canonically borked to me. I mean, I could change your name.
Good. Bet that will fit in my pack.
You know what? We'll do it now. Zelda's working overtime, but at least you spared him the headache of Aaron. Fork.
Anything of use?
Level 3 is where we take our first ranger level. We're not going to do it just yet.
What's inside?
With the cheater.
Right. Time to skulk about.
Yeah.
Best be on my way.
More goblins. What's next?
Okay, I can grab another inspo whenever by talking to Astarion. If that's something I wanted to do. Don't think it is. Let's start by talking to Aaron. If you have any amount of druid levels, when talking to him for the first time, you
I should speak up.
you get 50 attitude with him for free.
But you'll need to be quick. The ritual will be not a drastic measure. We druids will be safe. There just aren't enough Nettie could put you to just some bits and bobs I no longer need.
So we could buy Ring of Flinging. But I think we'll start by selling stuff. Ooh, a flail already, that's quite nice. If we get enough money selling to Aaron here, maybe I go around getting attitude with vendors early. It's something I've been slacking on lately. I need to stop reinforcing bad habits. Decent start. Don't think I need Ring of Flinging yet. Let's think about it. kind of worried about my accuracy in wolf shape until I get a feat. Earliest I can get a feat is level 6 with what my current build plan is. So yeah, let's get Ring of Flinging now. Just so I will have less to worry about damage-wise. I'm now debating whether I get Attitude with him. It would be 250 gold to get max Attitude with him right now. I think that's worth it. Yeah, now whenever we sell more stuff, we sell to him. We don't need to go out of my way for the Guidance Amulet.
Oh, yell louder. That's fine too.
Ray of Frost. Of course. Sure.
If we left, we could at least make a run for it. No, or would you deny your brother here?
Alright, rip both of my inspos and 15 XP.
That's curious.
Annoying. Let's get one back. Let's go talk to Astarion.
Needs. Oh, what's to tell?
It is.
Keep your blades up.
I have to keep playing without getting bored. At some point, you can gain many things and interactions. Number is finite. Yeah, and that number is not something that anyone is anywhere near. Only 2 years after the game came out. So why worry about that?
Is this monster with you?
The locals prove the teeth slip. By covenant, I can say.
Swing and swing and. Oh! Sorry. We need to be ready for a fight. But I'm useless with a sword.
The dice have been so unkind. Oh, now it's good.
You really know? Oh, yes. Hope, but I'll keep at it.
Are you sure?
Auntie Ethel will. You take a
Plus, what is
I'm
it?
sorry to go on about. What
Explain.
is it, Petal? I've never put. No, do you need? Hey, father.
Read the water? No, not really. Orland's Grace. If I end up doing monk stuff, that isn't bad.
Be careful.
Trader appears encouraged.
Best to fill your belly. Doesn't taste half bad.
This calls for careful footwork.
We're exposed now.
Light on my feet. Light on my feet.
Feel the breastplate +1 there. It's one of the most reliable early game armors.
Very well.
Your help at the gate was a... This latest
Bork.
attack will only strengthen. We can't stay. Perhaps you could... You'll...
No, sir. There's a clear path past those goblins. They'll find it.
Yes. Of course.
What do I have to lose? Can't risk being in open view. Time to press ahead. Never wanted the easy path.
This is a nightmare.
Get going.
Listen, the rat was made out of 1 XP. Like, the rat would understand. But why can't you, chat?
Maybe I need more pockets.
Brave keeping an open mind's really inspiring. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. It's something that takes active upkeep, you know? It's very easy to get set in your ways. But I like experiencing new things. Getting fresh perspectives. Walking away having learned something. All that stuff. So that's what I try to do with my content. It's grateful I'm not worth 1 XP.
He stares right.
Yeah, I don't
past
think
you
I would give
as if
XP
you're
either.
invisible. You see when you.
Avoid talking to Mattis, because I don't know checklist dialogue for classes outside of Wizard Warlock.
my daughter go right now!
Rogue.
I'd sooner trek through the night.
Now Arabella's being judged.
Hurry! You, get back! Druid or... what? You...
Where are you going?
Alright, what now? Have a lot on my mind. In it.
It was quite the path. Taking the shortest path? I see.
Fly quick. Fly safe.
Oh, I will imprison the devil. And up the you rap and keep... Come, do it. A new hatchling, Quag.
Sifts out. Halcyon isn't.
Druids get this for free if they speak with animals. You can just tell the snake to tell Quagga to chill. You have the option to try to tell the snake to tell Quagga to chill on other classes, but it only listens to you if you're a druid.
Go on. Say it. No matter. I took back teachings of the Tree Father. The Viper. This tale.
Do this yet? Yeah, sure. Oh yeah, we hit level 3. I don't think I assigned that yet. Excuse me.
I see you.
Snake XP, I'm mildly
Just
curious
give
to
me a
explore again.
moment.
Yeah, I wonder if we could get it out of the area, but I feel like it was pretty conclusive when you were last testing. And, like, ultimately, is it worth it? But worth looking into.
There. Now, you found her. But you seem healthy. A tadpole. Come. We need to be quick. This way.
I really like this hat aesthetic. I might have to start running Transmog Enhanced again, just so we can have the stylish hat. 'Cause this is a good look.
This tadpole crawled out of his head soon. All right. Of course. Now, tell nothing? Give me your arm, please. Be careful. I'm truly... But first... Because you should all be... Not yet. Whatever he... If you can find... Good...
There's something in
I
that
say,
vessel.
look, thank you.
Take a closer look. Softer than a whisper. These boots have seen everything.
Fight Club, but I don't see Fire Snake wrap that. Oh, I mean, it might get there. We'll see. I haven't really decided on the direction other than exposing bite. Hope you're well, Neko Ranger. How well do I remember different dialogue checks? Like, do you roughly know the easiest choice from a majority of dialogue? I wouldn't say that I do. It's more that, I try to opt for whatever allows me to skip rolling entirely. That's my rule of thumb. Because the most consistent thing is to not have to roll. So, in situations where I don't have that as an option, then I will try to have a couple different paths that I know are available to me. Perception failed. I took proficiency specifically for this. Well, we finished Big Lady Shadowheart while I was gone? Yes. Possible to save the people in last night doing a dirge run? Yes. The only mandatory death associated with Dirge takes place in Act 1. And you still have control over who that is.
We can say a prayer. We should have time for that. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
It would be good.
The cat's cat. Do I get Damn Attitude this run? Maybe.
I swear that ox is crazy.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
There is. It's on my pillow. He's taking up the entire
Watching
thing.
his hands, you realize he's miming opening something.
How? You mean for saving the people in Last Light? Don't kill the person who's maintaining the barrier. Remember, you don't have to pick options that say Dirge just because they're there.
He nods, then reaches for a concealed hatch.
Can you still get the Slayer? Yes, but later. If you want to get the Slayer at that point in the game without losing everyone else there, then you can use the method of abducting them and moving them somewhere else. So often I'll go and get the 2 waypoints in the Gauntlet of Shar. Particularly the second one is where I like storing people because they're completely safe there. No enemies can get to them. And just like improvise melee weapon to start to move them, then open your map and quickly fast travel to where you want them to be before the animation finishes. You can move everyone you want to save there, and then do what you gotta do.
I want to have a word.
Well, you saved Arabella. And we're happy to be. I want to... Anything else?
Much do I care about a first level spell slot? Not at all, really. Sleep? Not Dirge. There's no one I need to knock out. I mean, I guess I could use this if I want to knock out Lacrissa or Zevlor or someone, but at this price point, I don't think I care. We'll bag this stuff up anyway, though.
Anything else? You've been...
Yeah, you can start the act finale, then Last Light will have very few people. Typing with Band-Aid in my thumb is hell. Oh, yeah, that is really awful. I hope that heals up soon.
People up ahead. Something's wrong.
The mark glows.
You may break their AI by moving them. I've had vendors break, but you can save everyone. Yeah, Tally and Damon's AI will break by doing that. But notably, Mattis and Barkus will still work, if you want to maintain access to some vendors.
The injured man locked you.
Do you have orders for us?
But I told Edward not to look in that cave. What? The kid.
True soul.
Why let its host's memories?
As they need to. Vile parasites.
And Midworld Slinger. AI gets fixed in Act 3, I assume? Yes. That is correct.
Dead of goblins, dead travelers.
Space gummies. Oh, so you can say that. But when I say that in front of some space frogs, it's crossing a cultural boundary. And desperate.
Open up.
Spell Thief making appearance? Maybe. That would fit pretty well. Already got a new run. Yeah, I've been excited about this build concept through Man of Culture. And I really want to play it out. So, instead of ending stream after beating the run earlier today, just jump right into it. I'd only been live for 5.5 hours, so... as far as my streams go lately, that's on the shorter end. Felt motivated. Make sure I don't accidentally spawn Ethel in.
The mark glows.
So now it's bug rot. Aye.
What's the roundup? Nothing. Unless you like trash. Then keep looking.
Hey, Lady Baker, thank you so much for a year. A year of support.
Girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
It's already been 1 year. Wow. Smiley face.
Much appreciated. Hope things have been treating you well, or at least okay. Aiming for acceptable. Aiming for achievable. But I really appreciate your continued support, and I'm happy to have you around. This build concept, the Shimmer's got you there with the exclam info command. You get the most XP here by going down here without reading the book, going back up. Does it go down again, or is it read the book then go down? Let's find out. Let's go back up, read the book, go back down.
Garbage.
Fast you usually finish a run? Depends on what the run is. Usually I tend to go for all bosses or almost all bosses. And I like squeezing every bit of XP out of the first 2 acts. Or the first, 3 maps, I guess I should say. So, sometimes a while. But, I don't know, 40, 50 hours. Something like that. I could do it faster, I just don't care to.
Apart from an overgrowth, the coin disappeared.
Better be careful. Those webs carry vibrations.
And certain harder runs have obviously taken longer. Like with no hit. I think that was 60 something on the successful attempts. That didn't include the practice run and the 2 failed attempts. Don't want to buy the ogres yet, I don't think. May as well go to the goblin camp.
Haven't seen that.
Was
guy
that journal
in
stop giving
years.
XP? The quest step after this, I think. So, like, actually going into the cellar and, like, picking up the shovel scroll or reading that book or anything, I think that's when that XP dries up. That really put it in perspective how massive this game is. Oh yeah. My first playthrough in its entirety took 110 hours. That was not my first challenge run, that was just my casual playthrough. And I missed so much content. So much.
A war drum. Look! The mark glows, but you feel nothing in response. Your electric power is beyond reach.
Possible win solo honor
until
mode.
you rest.
Mode stay in level 1. Yes, I've done it twice on different classes. Seihoke, who was in here a moment ago. I don't know if Sei's still here. Sei has also done it multiple times. Fellow challenge runner friend of the channel, Third Monkey, has done it. Morgana Evelyn, another friend, has also done it. Lots of people have pulled it off. It's a suitable challenge. Certainly not easy compared to a regular playthrough, but yeah. What build did I use? The first one I did, I played Warlock. I was Archfey most of the game, and I switched to Great Old One for like the last third of the game, about. And for the second one, I was a monk.
Nice to have this across. Whatever. Go on, mate.
These big soaks could guard the place themselves.
What a stunner you
I think my first run was around about 100, and I missed a bunch of stuff like the Harpies by the beach. I missed significant things. Like, I never went to the swamp at all. Like, this whole section of the map down there, never went there. And as a consequence of that, Ethel's quest wasn't in Act 3 either, because we had never met. So there was different stuff there. I listened when they were like, hey, don't go to Moonrise, it's dangerous. I was like, oh, okay. So I didn't go to Moonrise until the game forced me. So I didn't do any of the side quests there. My favorite character story? Hard to say. I like so many of them, and I'm one of those people who I just have difficulty choosing favorites in general. You don't switch to Drow in this section now? Sometimes I do when I feel like it. You don't have to switch to Drow for the checkpoint there, it's just slightly faster to do so. You can get through checklists by just smearing the shit on your face. You could switch to Drow to get into the Blighted Village, but you can also just bribe the southmost guard, and then that's only 50 gold. 50 gold you get back when you kill him. Did you ignore the crush? I initially did until a friend told me during the playthrough that I could go back and still do it. But initially, yes. I believed Halson. I took him at his word when he was like, yeah, just pick one.
Looking to spend it? Troops will disarm you and grow you the
Least favorite? You mean just like playable ones, or characters in the game as a whole? What do you think?
Of course. Idiot.
What's that?
Both. In terms of playable characters... I like all of the playable origins. I like them all as characters a lot. I think they're all good performances. I do think they could have given Will more content in both origin and companion form. And it's a shame that they didn't. I still like what we got. Will as a character, I'm quite fond of. In terms of other characters, I'm somewhat infamously not a fan of Halsin.
Come on, open up.
The chicken chase here, I'm gonna wait on that. Has his romance run not changed anything? No. No, it hasn't. I've become the Eper, the taker of naps, the lair of beds. Have a good one. Have a good one, Sora. Get good rest.
Think you can take me on? Don't waste a step.
That might be worth a look.
Don't mind if I do.
Will gets robbed of his Act 3 quest twice. He also doesn't have anything to do in Act 2 until the finale.
Be wary. This place is trapped. Still breathing, despite everything. Need to be cautious. Best be on my way.
Looks like the booze got the better of them. They're practically unconscious.
Bloodlust and Vigilance there, huge.
That wall's barely holding together.
Unfortunate thing about a half-orc is the animations are glacial.
One day I'll catch a break.
Do you feel her inside you? I only hear her through you, priestess. That's because she chose me. You're not worthy yet. Don't matter if you're a slave or a king. Drow will pluck out your eyes if you look at
Smells like burnt flesh in here.
No, Priestess Gut needs to touch you too. Hold out your arm so I can mark your flesh. You ready?
As the vision dissolved.
So maybe I could help with.
Souls are infected like us.
We want them all.
Why do they think they're talking to God?
Ain't we good enough for the absolute?
Okay, let's get attitude
All
to Broa.
recognize the crest she bear.
I'm level 2, so it's 500 gold, right? Bow awareness. I should.
Pleasure.
They'll say that after I answer an X is arguing answer, so that I'm should have then just looked to Will. Like, hey, Baldurn was a mistake. You actually seem like good and virtuous too. To have myself in my power saver city. Yeah. Yeah. I don't disagree.
Oi, come here. I ain't waiting around.
I don't need any attention right now. The priestess is slain, and the horde is weaker for it. All for me.
When people have mentioned wanting your character to bite them already, Zero, you would be the first. You have the floor.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Please, 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 please. What do you think about the hat? The hat is a vibe. I might have to pick up like a transmog mod so we can keep the hat look.
What's that?
Should get started.
Dig it, the only good hats in the game have zero functionality. Yeah. I mean, I guess I don't mind the circlets, but those aren't hats, right?
Draw any attention. Magte virtute. All right, time to skulk about. Never wanted the easy path. Swift as my feet can carry me.
Excuse me, what's happening? I'm playing the critically acclaimed Baldur's Gate 3.
What kind of contraption is this?
What's up? I'm happy to explain. Questions welcome. Video games. Yes. Is this modded or something? No. What about it would be modded? I mean, I have like some UI mods, but nothing that changes gameplay on right now. Don't know if it would be possible, but it would be kind of cool for that every visible armor thing you have 2 slots, one for the actual stats, one for cosmetic. That would be cool. I am still kind of surprised they never did an official transmog feature. Maybe dash that many times. Sorry, never saw that. Oh, so it didn't benefit me more than the first 3. So, here, I'll show you. My movement speed right now, you can see I have 12 meters, right? I'm gonna dash. You can see I have 24 from 1 dash. And it ends, it goes away. Dash can stack up to 3 times. So if you click it 3 times, enter turn-based mode, see I have 48. It doesn't stack beyond that. I was just clicking dash a lot to stay at the effect of 3 stacked dashes. It doesn't go beyond 3.
I'll give it a shot.
Thank you, you're welcome. Would have also been a nice thematic counter to Will's Origin. Starts out being manipulated by Mizora. Using Tiamat, Cult, which kickstarts most problems in his life. But nice to compare and contrast the answer, helping him out being an endpoint. Yeah, I agree, Machete. I like it. That would be a good story progression. At least I would enjoy it.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Tried multi-dashing, doesn't seem to work on console. Maybe the way the action wheel works, perhaps. Could be. There are some differences in what you can and can't do on console versus PC. I'm unaware if that's one of them, but I would not really be surprised. Like waiting for the trap to weaken him a little bit. Oh, well, he died. Thank you, symbiotic entity.
Then through.
800 hours, got all success, never saw that, actually amazed. There's always new things to learn about this game. I'm learning new things about this game every day, and I have, let's see what Steam says I have right now. Steam says before I went live today, 5,228. I'm still learning new things every day. This game's massive.
Seems simple enough. That's curious.
Do I have 2 spike bulbs or just 1? Just 1? Fowler can wait then.
These fungal spores are everywhere.
One feather fall. Can I make one? No? Alright, we'll take some fall damage.
Gods, what's happening?
Some features don't translate well across control schemes. Like, I don't think console can do a thing putting a bag in a vendor's inventory, filling with their own items. Oh. Yeah, I've heard that. It's been patched on PC too. I think you're talking about a different thing, Nira. We're not referring to you getting the vendor's entire inventory. We're referring to putting the vendor's inventory in their own bag, which has its own applications. Things you put in a bag inside of a vendor's inventory don't get refreshed by long rests and level ups. And also, if you put scrolls in a bag in someone's inventory, they can't use those scrolls. So there's other reasons to do that.
Cutting to the chase. Timask and torch stalks. Hell of a combination. Get confused by one, blown
Just
up by
waited,
the
there'd be
other.
some recipes, ropes, or some other items with a patch, but that didn't happen. If anything, they've removed crafting in this game. Before the first patch, you could craft in Nettie's room in the Grove. There was even I believe it was a guild artisan inspo for doing so, but they removed that in the first patch.
The Quag, you see.
State your purpose.
Then
And the pussy. Putting bodies in bags doesn't work on controller, but absolutely does on PC. There you go. Yeah, there are fundamental differences between PC and console versions of the game. More than I'd like, but is what it is.
Something's on my mind.
Be a necromancer. PC is your best way to go. Yeah, you don't need to carry around that many bodies. You can still make it work pretty easily, I think.
The scarlet.
Or perhaps not.
Mage armor scroll?
Your mind is far
Maybe.
more complex than that of the fungi.
Let's get attitude with Blurg. Heal Bella here.
Why are you helping? But Cole's got not. I got away, but not the others. The
I
Greys
like
have
4
been digging out
necromancers.
some old
There's
ruin
ways to
across the
reuse the
lake.
same corpses. It's a little bit tedious, but you can do it.
Thank.
What is the creature?
I sense your resolve.
Sure, I can handle the burger.
Do the circle
What are party members? Reuse, resurrect, recycle. I like it.
See, you see a fella on his own on your way in. Dwarf. Balin's his name.
$500 gold worth of value here. Excellent. I can sell the Everburn Blade now. It's useless anyway. I want attitude with any other vendors. Ant-Man? I don't think I actually care. Good there. Let's buy the bombs. I should buy your invis too. There's another Great Axe +1 in the Toll House. So I'll sell this one. I don't know if it's still worse in patch 8, but before, if you had at least one symbiotic entity point, blowing the Grove Horn could permanently heal the rest. Yeah, that's still a thing. Symbiotic entity can be refilled by other sources of temp HP. You can kind of merge it to be still itself, but it will be the value of the highest other temp HP you can apply to it. And then you can use things that refill temp HP to refill that. Unique to symbiotic entity. It's very cool.
But I have... Silence. I am breathing life.
Okay, got our Shield of Faith going.
As well it ends not as bad as it could have.
Now we can level. Yeah, that's fine. Sleight of hand proficiency. Let's pick up Fire Res. Definitely don't want stealth, but I will take athletics. Okay, I'm now proficient with all my weapons and stuff. Which I certainly feel a lot better about.
These boots have seen everything.
Not terribly off level 4. Let's go save Balin.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Oh,
Glowing
about
shield.
this tree.
I'll feel that one later.
I wanted to short rest anyway. So that just worked out nicely. And then also reset the cooldown on Glowing Shield.
Stop!
You recognize the name.
Scroll.
So the same pre-dash trick I mentioned, you can stack 3 dashes. Quick heals is not dash, it's a separate thing, so you can stack that too. So by doing all that together, I have 96 meters of movement, and then I also jumped and entered turn-based mode mid-air. So I still have my bonus action. So I have more than enough movement to grab this. Hey Raid, welcome in. First time catching streams, love your challenge runs. Thank you, I really appreciate that. Hope you enjoy your time here. Thank you for the kind words.
What are you doing? Get out of there!
Picking up this torch stops the Vapor Bangs from igniting if they were to go off for some reason. And Balin sucks, but we save him because it gives some pretty good gloves that I quite like having. And some XP. Lots of ways to go about doing this. This is just what I know. I wouldn't call it inherently better than any other strat. It's just what I'm used to.
God. Ah, right. As
Noble Stalk. The mushroom? This is the best strat noted. Oh no. Hey, Nero Trorigolo? Thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate it, and if I absolutely butchered your name, feel free to correct me. Thank you for the prime. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it.
There you are. Did you bring the noble stock? Noble stock? The mushroom?
She said the thing.
Stolen love.
Look at that. His hands are empty as a whole. We'll have to send him back out soon enough.
No problem, it's French. I figured, based on the middle. But, thank you again. Do I need more Featherfall? I guess I should have. It's not super out of price range. Caustic Band, not the kind of bonus we're looking for this build. So, because we're going to be doing some juicy forced crits, anything with lots of dice rolls is what we're after.
70 years of terror. For what?
Why do I still have this?
We'll be clearing out soon enough, collecting noble stock. Go on then. And you.
Yeah.
Till the hobwebs died down.
That would have been bad to forget. Act 3 me would have been very mad at me. Is giving Noble Stock worth it? They don't have unique things to sell in Act 3. Yeah, giving the Noble Stock's worth it because Dareth will sell Noble Stock in Act 3 if you give it to her now. I mean, you could also give it to her in Act 3 and then she'll start selling them on the following rest, but the point is you want Dareth selling you Noble Stock. She will have several every day, and they are very helpful to have. They are a full heal. It also removes almost all detrimental conditions in the game, including curses. Blowing shield temp HP, I don't care about losing that. I miss Blade Ward. I'm sure me taking fall damage constantly is frustrating to a couple of people. This is the part of the game where I don't get in fights, so I don't need my HP.
What? Gek! Got someone sneaking up on us.
There are 3 aid scrolls in the game. Lurgan here has one of them, so I like buying it. I attack a red cap to fulfill the requirements for Eyes of the Wild, Outlander, and Smell. I'm not certain.
His fist grips an axe on his gnarled grey skin.
But spoil my hunt. Gotta kill the slave. I'll wait here. But
Okay.
that comes later. Boots first. Then you'll get what's coming to you.
Let's sell him a backpack here. Back up his scrolls. This means he won't have access to them. The only honor mode run I did was a stealth archer, so I didn't know it was that impactful. Yeah, it can be easy to miss out understanding how certain things are, or how and when certain things are valuable if you never find yourself in those situations. So, like the archetypical stealth archer, a lot of the time you're killing things before they get in combat, or you are positioning yourself so that they never get the chance to attack you. So rarely do you need to heal. But compare with something like a wild shape build, where you are taking a lot of hits, you are not crit immune while you're transformed. Sometimes you'll be damaged enough that a noble stock is looking attractive. But the primary reason I do like using noble stock is that curse removal thing. When you get cursed at the Mirror of Loss, you can remove it that way. If Gordhash does his retaliation that he can do while transformed, if he does that to you, removing that curse with a noble stock's a good idea. Because those fists can do up to 200 force damage.
Huh? I don't want to know what that is. Something's burrowed in there. Something big.
Arcane Tower. Sure. I'm here already.
Scorched ground.
No, we use Featherfall. That's why we healed. Already plan on getting this stream? I don't know, until I'm out of energy. Usually, for new runs, I consider hitting level 5 or 6 a good stopping point for the first session. I doubt I'll go to 6, because I have already been live for 7 hours, but maybe we go to level 5. Undecided.
It feels like my magic is getting drained.
I sell all my longswords. You do enough? Strength elixir, that's enough. So for the early parts of runs like this, you can go all the way up to level 5 without getting into combats, and without missing out on anything. Just a little bit of precision, a little bit of patience. If you're willing to give up some long-term XP gain, you can do so even faster by hitting some exploration XP spots. But I like saving those for later. For those who might not know, that is the only form of XP in the game that scales with your character level. So if you save as many of those as possible for later on, you get more total XP. Because grabbing one of those spots at level 2 is 10 XP. Grabbing that same spot at level 10 is 260 XP. And that's only the lowest tier of exploration spot. There's 3 tiers. Grabbing a tier 3 at level 10 is 660 XP. So it gets quite lucrative. Put that for now. I do level 5 before combat now, and I must do it all in one stream. Can't bear the 1 to 5 endless checklists of 1 gold items and 10 XP events. Yeah, I kinda get that. You can probably see with
Seems like the owner
how
is quite the
lazy I
literary
am about
Italian.
looting. There's a lot of stuff I could be picking up to sell, but I'm just not. It's not because it's not worth my time, it's just because I'm lazy. But at least this run, I did go to the effort of getting attitude with most of the vendors I'll want attitude with. I figure at some point I'll respec and I'll try to get attitude with Mattis then.
Better not
Maybe.
Be cursed.
What is attitude? So your attitude with an NPC will determine your buy and sell prices with them. And also, above a certain threshold, they'll be tagged as an ally rather than neutral. And below a certain threshold, they will be unwilling to talk to you anymore.
Transformation.
But the advantage of getting maximum attitude with vendors is that buy and sell prices thing. So it saves you a lot of money if there's a vendor you know you're going to interact with a lot throughout the run, or at the very least you're making a lot of transactions with. It's worth getting their attitude up. You can get up to, it'll show in the trade window, the discount percentage. You can have that read up to minus 200%, which is effectively you are selling things at base value, at cost. Which is hugely impactful. And the things that lower or increase that are your persuasion skill and your attitude with the vendor. How to increase it, just buy things. You need to donate things. So effectively, and this is another thing that scales with level. It's not XP, but it scales with level. But to get a person's attitude from 0 to 100, at level 1, it's give them 400 gold or 400 gold worth of items without getting that value back in return. So I did most of that at level 2, so I was giving all these vendors 500 gold. Because it does scale up per level. Not linearly. For the first few levels it's linear, but then it changes later. Like, it's 400 gold at level 1, and it's 4,500 at level 12, if I remember correctly. So it's definitely in your best interest to do it at a lower level. But it saves you a lot of money over time. True, the looting everything and selling to get gold is really tedious. The animation picking up should be faster. Carry weight should not be a thing. That's why I use mods. I think carry weight is an important thing because I find that the Venn diagram of people who don't value their strength stat appropriately and people who bypass carry weight restrictions, it's not a circle, but it's getting there. I'm a very big believer in the strength stat, and carry weight is just one facet of it. I don't like being on a strength elixir right now. I am only doing it because I turned it on for a skill check earlier, and I had no need to switch elixirs to something else.
Using the cipher you found, you might the disc doesn't the skip or its laser.
Disc. Are these Githyanki markings? Les Elmer then.
It is worth to note that donated gold is the best way because the value is the same no matter what. Whereas donating items when you have lower attitude take longer, technically cost you more. Yes, gold is always its value, whereas items can change. So it's optimal to give the gold first and then sell the items, because then you'll be getting a better price for the items with that order of operations.
Chair leg could Could make for a fine weapon.
Okay, we got that.
My ring lit up.
The loot loop doesn't take that long.
Watching me. What's hiding here?
It's just this very early part before level 4 that I find the most, ugh. I still think level 5 to 6 feels like it takes the longest of the levels in the game. But by that point you're actually doing fights and whatnot. I don't actually need to do this quest right now. 70. Go kill this guy.
Something good here, I hope. I don't need any attention right now.
Throwing him while not in turn-based mode means he'll try to talk to me, but he's still falling, so he doesn't have time. Do it in turn-based mode, then it can lead to a fight with Gek and everyone, and that's not ideal. 30 XP. What did I miss? Failed perception on the spiders. Where can I make that up? Didn't pull the dagger.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
I still don't think, my bad.
A feast fit for an ogre.
You can click investigation here and just do it until it works.
Protruding from the tough
Or you can roll good.
You notice the blanks. At the ready.
Favorite of all the patch 8 subclasses that came out? Probably Stars Druid. Yeah, probably Stars Druid.
Anything of use?
I hear you're a big Bladesinger fan. That's one way of putting that, I guess. It's a wrong way of putting it, but it's a way. Death Cleric run? Yeah, I've done Death Cleric at least a splash on a few runs. I like it a lot. Death Cleric gets a bunch of tech that clerics normally struggle to have access to. Like you have False Life for big temp HP, something clerics don't normally get. And you have Bone Chill, and it's not just Bone Chill, but you have Reaper, so you can send Bone Chill at 2 targets. So normally something cleric sucks at is offensive cantrips, unless you go Nature Domain for Thorn Whip. But having 2 target Bone Chill is really strong. And you get a good channel Divinity, you ignore Necrotic Resist, you get Martial Weapon Proficiency. The only thing I, feel like I'm missing playing Death versus other domains that I usually play is the Heavy Armor Proficiency, but oh well. It's really good. Death Cleric, best cleric. Light's still the best. Who said light's the best? There's no such thing as best. Not without context. Because, like, 1, what does best mean? And 2, even if you could assign a meaning to best, in what situation would that be true? To borrow what you said, yeah, light cleric is good, but light cleric has an absolutely horrible matchup into, let's say, the House of Hope. There's still things you can do, but compare that to something like Tempest cleric just not having to change a single thing about its plan. My personal favorite domain is Tempest. What was the Death Cleric run name? The most recent Will run I did, I was Death Cleric for most of it.
Rare find.
At least a level. It was focused on Shadow Sorcerer at the beginning, but by the end it flipped, and I believe the final level spread was 11 death, 1 Hexblade. I think. Easiest to complete the game, combat, etc. Should be the metric for best, I assume. That's still a very wide net. Because
Don't mind if I do.
How do you quantify easier? Like, let's continue the comparison here of Light and Tempest. Well, Tempest can slap on heavy armor and be so tanky that enemies are literally incapable of doing damage to it. Light can't do that by itself, which is easier. Light gets a AoE nuke on a Constitution save in a difficult-to-resist damage type. On a short rest cooldown at level 2. That's an insanely good feature. But they can't click that against things with Radiant Retort unless they want to die. So, in that situation, Light doesn't have a Channel Divinity. Meanwhile, Tempest can still be like, hey, that Lightning AoE, I max rolled that. What's easier? What's better? What's stronger? Who can say? That's entering towards the realm of subjectivity, right? If you get real specific about a task, an interaction, a feature you want to have in a build, you know, you have to get real specific. You can start getting more towards like, oh, yeah, for this concept, I would do this. But I encourage staying away from the word best because it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't give you any useful information. Because you still have to qualify best, or else you're just going off vibes. And if you're gonna go off vibes, go off vibes. But don't dress it up like it's been theory crafted. It's how I would approach that anyway. I didn't really think about fighting style here. I guess dueling would be most impactful, especially because I'm throwing a little bit. I could make defense apply to Wild Shape, but I don't really care to. I had this debate years ago. 2 chicken shops opened nearby. There was perfect chicken and favorite chicken. Debate was which one is the best. Yeah, like. I could pick up Longstrider here so I don't have to devote a druid slot to it. I don't see myself really doing Hail of Thorns or Ensnaring Strike this run. They were the cornerstone of last run. But I think we take Longstrider here. Let's do something like this. I should put Charm Person there, in all honesty, but I'm not gonna. I was lying when I said that. Naturally, the follow-up question has to be which subclass has the best vibes? Swashbuckler. Because it's thematic as fuck. But we are firmly in subjective territory. Sorry, dude, Moon Druid back to Spore Orb. So, Moon is so that I can Wild Shape on my bonus action. But currently, if I'm going to do the wolf thing, it's better if I don't Wild Shape on my bonus action. Here, I'll actually show it off. First time in the run.
Don't want to draw any attention.
So, see how he's got Exposing Bite? I can drop Wild Shape as a free action. And now, if I had a bonus action, I could attack with it. I don't right now. I could pop one of my Haste Spore Grenades, but I don't want to. We're just gonna heal. That's why we healed. Let's see how I have this 100% chance to hit. This is for any attack roll that I line up inside this range. So I could do it with Thorn Whip, I could do it with my staff, I could do it with my bow. I could do it with any attack roll spell that I might have. Which I don't know if I even have any. Yeah, and here's one. Any of those will work. So that's the build. That's the idea.
Very well.
So with Spores Druid, my Wild Shape is on my main action. With Moon Druid, it'd be on my bonus action. Once I hit Ranger level 3, I plan on taking Gloomstalker, which is not a Ranger subclass I play often, because usually for anything I want to do, Hunter is just better. However, here specifically, I want two things out of Gloom. I want the Initiative, and I want Dread Ambusher. Which, you know, the Initiative is part of Dread Ambusher, so I guess specifically I want Dread Ambusher, because what I can then do is I can Wild Shape, Exposing Bite, drop Wild Shape, Dread Ambusher. Explain the 100% hit rate again? Sure. Exposing Bite. Bork used Exposing Bite on Goblin Brawler. Goblin Brawler received Exposing Bite. Won't there be a resource issue with only 2 Wild Shape charges per short rest? No, because Exposing Bite itself is only once per short rest.
Taste. Stranger. Not food. No talk. Make me an offer. Tempt me.
I could use Charm Person. I can't. Are they gonna be chill about this? Let's see.
Calm now. An ogre feasts not on promises.
Oh yeah, I don't have the money. You wanna fight?
Oh, but you...
No? Can I come back later? Come back later.
I'll take that.
Need a little more money. Now, if you could Exposing Bite into an upcast, Inflict Wounds, or Shock and Grasp, you absolutely can. You could Exposing Bite into a 6th level Scorching Ray if you wanted to. And maybe I will. Is every fight using Wild Shape resource intensive, only for big targets? It's not something I'm going to do for every fight, no. There's going to be plenty where I'm just using the rest of my kit. Think of it this way. You see a lot of people do 2-level dips for Action Search, right? View it that way. I'm doing a 2-level dip that allows me baseline Druid utility stuff, and once per short rest, I can crit whoever I want. I've never actually talked to the ogres, exited the conversation, and come back. It's another learning experience for me.
I have something to ask. Something over there.
Make me an offer.
Okay.
Use it when the need arises, and never
I'm not gonna buy his blur scroll. I have one. I lucked into one somewhere. Noble background, so fun. Yeah. Early game Noble inspos are really comfy. I burned 2 trying to get Roland to stay, and still failed, so I didn't get the XP there. And I wasted 2 points, but back up to 3 already.
That took the edge off.
We're gonna grab the exploration spot here, because Will's gonna get revived soon anyway. Roland. I still talked him into staying with you can promise him money. And he'll stay, just I didn't get the XP.
Need anything else? Always happy to help those who follow the first circle.
Debating how early I want to deal with the Flint. This is not a heavy armor master run, so I'm substantially squishier at this point than I was last run. Which origin run's my favorite? Not based on utility, but the story. Is it Dirge? I really like... Probably between Karlach, Astarion, and Gale. Between those 3, for sure. For different reasons each time, but I like all of those.
Hello, Petal. Need anything? Any lotions or potions?
I am not
Nay, bother, love.
You're an idiot.
Trader appears in.
Continue to stack that up. And we'll get Ethel to move. I don't really consider this a combat, but I guess it's technically a combat. I should really get a second-hand crossbow. Let's do that now, actually. So I got one from Barth.
I shall be here in like, should thou or any of thy, because it is my calling, a matter of not this one. For a mere pittance, most we very well choose.
Alright, we're gonna hire Brynna Brightsong. As a bard, Brynna starts with a hand crossbow. We're just gonna take that.
This vessel is at the. Can't risk being in open view. What do we have here?
Endgame gear, Fire Stoker, and Nair Misser. Depends on what you're doing.
On my way.
I wouldn't really say Fire Stoker is ever going to beat out Hellfire Hand Crossbow or Hand Crossbow +2 if you're doing hand crossbow builds. Whether you use Nair Misser over those two also depends. But it depends on what you're doing. Endgame builds are not a monolith. Not like an item is going to be best in its role in every situation. So it depends. Like if you're doing ballast armor for vulnerability to piercing damage. Obviously, Nair Misser doesn't care about that, it's force damage. So you would swap out Nair Misser for one of the piercing ones. That leaves you Hellfire Hand Crossbow and Hand Crossbow +2 as the hardest hitting in that category. But if you were in need of something that specifically wasn't piercing damage, well, Nair Misser is the only ranged weapon that does that.
Open up.
So it depends. It's never as simple as, like, this is the answer always. There's always more going on. I already got that XP. And Fleet Fingers. Pretty good.
Let's get going.
You're both this close to getting a slap.
Enough. Just enough. Where is? Stop.
That should work.
He okay? Oh, is he okay?
Fall by my hand.
I don't think they're okay.
I didn't mean for this. I bet.
More flexible and optimal approach is to look at your gear on a fight-to-fight basis. Agreed. Taking a nap, I think? That sounds right.
A chill runs up your spine. You feel like you're being watched.
This check is, like, nice if you get it, but ultimately I don't really care. What it does is reveal the real state of the swamp, and that does change the area from illuminated to obscured. So if you're trying to sneak around, it's a bit easier to sneak once you've seen through the illusion. But other than that, it doesn't really matter.
I'm exhausted. Better find
So if
someone
I
to
use
come
Ethel's
save.
well, I can't do Symbiotic Entity. There are cases where I probably do use it, and Symbiotic is not here for the long term. But that's just not right now. Unfortunately, I think it's time for the drip to go. Easier to drink animal speaking potion, talk to sheep, get the real view of the swamp. That's an option, yeah. My preferred solution is just whenever I'm ready to fight the red caps, I simply attack them. As long as I am immune to being surprised, they will be surprised and I won't be. And I get a free round. Okay. Let's go for Fezark now. Realize that Fleet Fingers jumps also movement that doesn't break Warlock One in the Shadows. Don't know if you knew that. I did not. That's pretty nice. It's really nice, actually. One with Shadows stays winning. Shouldn't do this yet. I should, at the very least, have the means to pop a speed pot. I should also have Crusher's Ring. Any way to get the Fleet Fingers dash jump outside of combat? Not to my knowledge. Does killing necrotic radiant damage do anything special besides make the corpse look spicy? No, not really. I mean, most damage types make the corpses look spicy.
That's curious.
Acid does it, lightning does it, fire does it. And then, of course, radiant necrotic. I think poison does too. Blood turning enemies into popsicles with cold damage. Mm-hmm.
A key. Wonder what it opens.
Thing to note is which spicy corpses can be used for necromancy. Yeah, a lot of spicy damage types will make corpses 2 damage to be used with necromancy. But you can fix those corpses. Region traveling or reviving something with bitter divorce will mend the corpse and make it usable.
Bodies everywhere. Accident or sabotage.
Yeah. You can also be blocked from doing Speak with Dead if the corpse is too spicy. That's the thing. I don't plan on making the speed pot, but I just want to have the capacity to do so in case of emergencies.
Those might be nearby. Careful.
Full House Basement has a lot of money. As much as I want to be lazy and not do it, I really should do it.
It's worse than Knowles out there. That's his friend. You're welcome to
I'll
rest.
be lazy.
I need a quick word.
Need any supplies? We've fewer mouths to feed now.
No bomb, unlucky. I will take mirror image though. Okay, now that I have Smuggler's Ring, we're gonna equip that, Gloves of Power, and Guidance.
The mark glows, but you feel...
You go up, or I'll wipe that nasty look right up. What was that? That's more like it.
Just gonna suck on some toes. Favorite part of the playthrough. Oh, I guess I got a ring. I didn't know that would happen.
I got stuff.
Because if you've done lots of solo auto runs, would it make the game harder? Item randomizer, region lock? I'd say region lock would be more, like, difficult. Because item randomizer isn't necessarily a difficulty increase. Like, the last time I did an item randomizer run, it was so much easier than a normal run. Because the crazy power-ups that I was getting from, like, pieces of gear that I wasn't meant to have at that point in the game far outweighed the very specific couple of things that I didn't have. Like, I didn't have Ring of Free Action. I don't think I ever got it in that run. But, like, I didn't care about that because I got, like, Sanguine Blade and all sorts of crazy things in the early game. And it was just like, eh. Did you end up dumping gears between acts? Yes, I ended up dumping gear between acts because otherwise it wouldn't have been interesting. Like, getting ballast armor in Act 1 is kind of like, oh, okay, and I'm supposed to keep playing now? Thought randoms would be harder. It can be. It also couldn't be. And from my perspective, as someone who tries to have multiple answers to every problem, and answers that don't require me to have highly specific things, if I already know strats that don't require me to have gear at all, then item randomization doesn't matter. Like, I did a no looting run. I had to develop strats for everything that didn't need items. So I did that. So no matter what I get in an item randomizer, it's just a gift.
Just out of view. This calls for careful work.
Can't even enjoy a drink.
How much further can I go?
Hey, it's only Jake. Nice challenge run. Druid's always been my favorite class. Druid's awesome. I haven't been playing as much Druid lately as I would like to. I'm happy to be changing that. I should say, like, I splash it fairly often. Star's Dip is very common with my caster builds nowadays. But actually building around a wild shape thing, in a unique way is something I'm excited about.
Something's on my mind.
Not gonna get greedy. I need restock. I was watching this morning fighting Gortash and they get finished so quickly coming back from my lunch.
And you! What's it bloody look like?
The mark glows, but you feel nothing in response. Your illithid power is beyond reach until you rest.
The dumbest tadpole elixir activation. What's that trait?
Nostrils flare, as if trying to judge you through
Like Druid, the wild shape AC being low makes it quite challenging how to manage those aspects. Enemies that are dead can't attack you. But also choosing the right wild shape for the right situation. Until the late game, where your wild shape is tanky enough that you don't care if they hit you or not, you're just going to shrug it off. Also remember, you can still have things like resistances while wild-shaped. You know, you can pop relevant elixirs, you can get relevant permanent buffs, you can use elixirs of universal resistance. You can still prepare. Don't need to target at all to use transfuse health. If you target nothing, won't damage you at all, and it counts. Still costs the action.
Think you can take me on?
Still costs the action. Okay. Still, that's good for pre-combat. I like it. I mean, can't get there. You fucking not, man. Thank you. Want to do a druid playthrough, I just feel like I don't know well enough to play it, always end up feeling weak and I stop. Well, I would think that that is because you haven't played it. Like, how are you going to know how something works without getting familiar with it? When Honor Mode first came out, the first thing I did after clearing it with my comfort class, which at the time, you know, Ranger, I was doing the standard gloomy assassin stuff that most other people soloing were doing. I was doing that. I was one of those. After that, I was like, hey, I'd like to experience all the classes. So the very next one I went to, because I saw a lot of downplay, and I figured it had to be way better than people said it was Cleric. And then the one after that, because I saw a lot of downplay, and I figured it had to be better than people said it was Druid. And I did all of the classes, all 12. Because I wanted to improve my own knowledge on each of them.
Cut me loose! Well, you saved me. Now, nothing.
Problem Wild Shape's early game, too impatient to get level 5, start fighting. Should be more patient. You could make Wild Shape work in the early game. If anything, Wild Shape is safer than other class combats in the early game. Specifically because, since nobody has crit immunity at that point, there's no real downside of Wild Shape versus non-transform builds. The way that becomes a downside in the late game. It's not like you have a lot of gear to make up a difference. So it can just be a buffer of an extra chunk of HP, and depending on the shape you pick, maybe that gives you access to something you had in very limited supply, like Exposing Bite allowing you to crit on demand. From the Wolf, you have the Rothe, just has an AoE that also repositions you. That's very, very good. You get that at level 4. The Badger lets you burrow, which is like a Misty Step that does damage.
A scholar with good faith, perhaps.
Just a matter of familiarity.
Maybe a bit of a drinking problem. Still breathing.
Dire Raven shape is one of the earliest ways you can fly. The note from Investigate Quag, we could go for that now. To set up Raph. That may be a good idea. I don't almost want to respec. Hey, Bledinsky. Sorry, I'm BT3 noob. Is this a run with no combat? No. It's just I have no reason to really get in combat until level 5. That's why risk it. There's all sorts of things I can do outside of combat.
But that will fit in my pack.
Oh, this is just the early game stuff. I feel like I get myself into combat all the damn time without trying. It can be like that. But, look at it this way. You can't lose a fight that you're never in. So the way I tend to route my early game is I don't get in anything other than very safe combats before level 5. I could even do a chunk of level 5 without being in combat, but I don't usually bother. Okay. If I go at Ethel's well, I could have 48 HP. Is that enough? 21 AC. Only 1 piercing DR. I would have to get lucky. You want to see a good example of what not to do? Do half-orc crit die work in wild shape? No, they're for melee weapons only. The level 9 barbarian feature that is worded very similarly, that one does work on unarmed and transformations. That's interesting. Common Spores W. Looking for an expeditious retreat scroll.
Could sustain an entire village if seeded properly. Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Misty Step, maybe worth having.
Very.
It's a very descriptive build. Thank you. I didn't go through the front, so this is how I get back in.
What path lies before me? Need something?
Let's see. Flaming Sphere. Something. No expeditious retreat though. Alright, we'll check Aaron. If no dice there, then I don't know, fuck it, we ball. Oh wait, there's one. Never mind. Okay, so what I should be doing is blur. I'm not going to click blur. I'm going to be significantly dumber than that. Going into this particular fight without critical hit immunity and without having either imposing disadvantage with decent AC or having substantial damage reduction, this is asking for
Out of sight, out of mind.
asking for trouble. And I don't have my Lithid mark available right now.
Don't waste a step.
So
If not over, then through.
that's one too many. That's one too many point of risk. I'm changing course. Because that puts me in a position where I have to blow up not just the archers, but I also have to blow up the flint in the first 2 turns. And while I have the resources for that, I can still roll bad. So let's pivot. Could do Joaquin's Rest without doing that, though. How do I feel about that? Not great. Might just be time to, recruit Will and get Karlach. Checkpoint. Always rest before Flint. Normally I don't use my own Illithid mark on the first day like this. I try to use Lae'zel's to free Shadowheart, but I didn't bother this time.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Careful word.
Moved. A little awkward for me. Don't have a line of sight
Further
even.
can I go? All right then. Something good here, I hope.
Like a 50-50 if that chest has a speed pot or not. Fortunate grab. I was 2 Warlock, 10 Evocation Wizard with items like Rhapsody at sustained damage to Eldritch Blast sound. I think the Warlock Sorcerer ones are not viable in big combat like Gortash. If you are maximizing the damage of Eldritch Blast, that is the multi-class you use. 2 Warlock, probably Hexblade for Hexblade's Curse, and Evocation Wizard. That's how you get the biggest numbers on Eldritch Blast. So, it's a pretty good setup, because at the end of the day, you are also an Evocation Wizard, so any sort of other spells you need to use, you have support for those. You pick up all sorts of nifty tricks from both of those classes, too. If you need to throw out a Booming Blade, you can, and hey, that's empowered Evocation. You got your Blade Ward, you got your Minor Illusion, you could have Repelling Blast if you need to knock someone off of something. Maybe you want Devil Sight instead of Repelling Blast. You've got a lot of flexibility. It's very good. And yes, the Sorcerer multi-class builds for Eldritch Blast are overrated because Sorcerer provides nothing for Eldritch Blast beyond if you're bad at using your bonus action, you have Quicken Spell. Which is a lot of sorcery points to not use your bonus action as efficiently as you could have been already. Like to imagine that includes Dual Magic Club. I mean, you could. You could Magic Club. There's also Marco, there's Spell Sparkler, there's Rhapsody. There's situational things like Peller Sunblade, if you need to pick up advantage against undead. Got all sorts of choices. But you could Magic Club. You would need Daredevil Gloves for that, and that would mean giving up Spell Might or Crater Flesh. But you could.
Nope. You just have to buy enough time to run. Well,
You Advocatus Diaboli. A devil.
She's out there now, preying on the ready.
So I didn't kill as many tieflings as I could before recruiting Will. I'm once again being lazy. I'm gonna bring him with me to turn in the quest for saving Arabella. That'll give me a folk hero inspo. Fighter points, yeah. Really like the Wizard more, so much flexibility. I don't know why people don't see that. I always say Sorcerer's better. It's because they don't value their bonus action appropriately. They don't know what they can do with their bonus action. These will be the same people who They don't have strength, so they can't shove people, they can't jump around. They don't stock up on consumables, so they don't have potions to drink, elixirs to swap out situationally. They probably didn't get their tadpole powers on their bonus action, because they didn't read their tadpole powers, so they don't know which ones are good. And it's the same crowd that downplays things like Hex, which give you ridiculous amounts of damage if you lead into them. I didn't get extra magic glove damage using 2 on a spell setup. Only 1 applied for spell. I know 2 was working for me on Thorn Whip last time I did that. At least I think it was. Maybe I'll check this run.
Thank.
The Blade of Frontiers. Are you sure? And
Getting to a Thorn Whip also. Hey, Andy. How are you today? Interested in doing some kind of vampire build? No. This is wild shape stuff. We're going to be doing wolf things. I need to buy the Doomhammer.
One horn.
Oh, fuck me.
But then
I'm Karlak,
I'm Bork.
the latest yappy little dog. After we've mocked.
Great plan.
Why are we slowing down? Sounds boring.
Off-topic advice seeking doing a solo Arcane Trickster rogue run, currently level 6 Tavern Brawler building around their own daggers. Arcane Trickster seems incredibly powerful, not finding the gameplay loop up. Position invisible mage hand next to enemy, throw dagger, bonus action high, very fun personally. I'm going to take a dual wielder for stat 6, cast and control spells from scrolls. If you have any other fun ideas, lean into the Arcane Trickster theme I should consider instead. So, one thing you can do with Arcane Trickster is you could like Booming Blade to trigger all sort of on-hit things. And that's like surface level. But the real fun thing that I like is you have Blade Ward. Good old Blade Ward. So, the answer is always Booming Blade? No. That was bait. The answer is always Blade Ward. Because you, as a rogue, you have Uncanny Dodge. Uncanny Dodge, in combination with wearing gear that gives you damage mitigation, and, if necessary, Blade Ward, makes you the tankiest class in the game. So, you can just sit there as a brick. Let's say you picked up heavy armor proficiency somewhere and you're using heavy armor master, but even without doing that, let's say you're doing adamantine medium armor. You click Blade Ward, you have Uncanny Dodge. Most things that do physical damage just can't hurt you. So you could sit there every turn, Blade Ward, offhand poke. If that offhand poke had advantage somehow, like let's say it was Knife of the Undermountain King in one of your hands, then you're still getting your full sneak attack out, but you are functionally immortal, and you're doing 90% of your damage output still. Completely sustainable, no resources expended. That's an option. Transfuse health would be a way to get in combat tadpole elixir on rogue that wouldn't take your reaction. Yeah, that's true. You could expend action or bonus action, whichever it's on, with a transfuse health to turn on tadpole elixir. Have advantage. I forgot to buy Doomhammer. That's fine.
she's coming.
I'm looking for Raphael. He has no exclaim, we're good.
And you know, God's damn it.
Also, I'll sign.
Anyone. That's how Karlak meets the criteria.
Well,
I'll be.
To have that conversation, so like I said, I'm still stuck between 11 Arcane Trickster, 1 Nature, or 1 Tempest because I want him. I liked Tempest a lot for the weapon proficiencies. Want to do a rogue run, never done it, workable in honor solo without ballast armor? Yeah, very much so. Half-orc animations, man. Did I just go wolf for this? Oh, we're shape-shifting. Terrible. Who's got fast animations? Humans are pretty fast. That's better, I guess. Single attack, not a demerit? No. Do you need a second attack if the target's dead? Also, let's talk about Rogue's other benefits. Rogue gets expertise at level 1. Only rogues and bards get skill expertise in this game, outside of a couple other edge cases. So you could be picking up athletics expertise, for example, at level 1. So you have highly consistent throws and shoves. People into Chasms is a great one-shot mechanic, but also just knocking them around, making sure they can't do whatever they want to do, is pretty good. Every odd-numbered level, Rogue gets a sneak attack increase. They get an extra d6 on it, all the way up to 6d6 at level 11. Remember, that matches your weapon damage type and dice rolls, so they double up on crits. So if you're running around doing crit sneak attacks, well, you are doing much more damage than your attack dealt a lot of the time anyway. Additionally, between evasion and uncanny dodge, rogues are the tankiest class in Baldur's Gate 3, with only Abjuration Wizard coming anywhere close. As Thief, you have the flexibility of additional bonus action. As Swashbuckler, you are a better Battlemaster than Battlemaster is, in terms of having a consistent disarm that does additional damage. And it's on a bonus action for you instead. You get extra built-in initiative as a Swashbuckler. As an Arcane Trickster, you get access to a lot of the Wizard kit, so that means useful cantrips such as Blade Ward, such as Minor Illusion, such as Booming Blade, such as True Strike, which synergizes really well with Rogue. But you also get ritual spells, like Enhanced Leap Longstrider. You get useful utility spells like Shield. Extra attack is, it's certainly good. But you are so far from, struggling without it. How to get advantage for risky ring and melee solo. Barbarian gets advantage whenever they want on melee at level 2, but also you can be blinding people with Darkness or Fog Cloud. You could be knocking people prone with any number of means. You could be using True Strike. You could be using Tadpole Elixir. Against a lot of creatures, there are items that give you advantage in attack rolls against that creature category. Such as if you're fighting monstrosities, you could use Gantrel's Aspiration or Hunting Shortbow. So that covers a fair few fights. Yeah, Shadow Blade, like Ultimate Ninja Batman said. By extension, Knife of the Undermountain King, because it has Shadow Blade's passive as well. And keep in mind, you do have the alternative condition for sneak attack. It doesn't have to be advantage. It could just be you have an adjacent ally. And for Swashbuckler, there's also the third condition of they just have to not have an adjacent ally. Listening to your knowledge of this game rather than the 5e rules overall is amazing. It's knowledge of this game specifically. But thank you, I appreciate that. Just spend a lot of time talking about it with a lot of people. It is a lot of shared knowledge, a lot of shared experience. What's the 20 Sabertooth crit? Let me look. Why did Discord open on the wrong monitor? What are you doing? I don't like change. Change is bad. Ooh, that is juicy. Why is this health not 666? Because in Tactician and Honor mode, enemies have more HP. It'll still be 666 in the fight, but we're not in the fight. I didn't use this armor at all last run. Maybe I used it this run? I don't know. I don't feel strongly about it. As always, we do this for the XP.
Hey, I'm not willing to let... Won't be seeing my mechanic anytime. The first time I feel...
Thinking Raphael's armor this early is not in Spirit of Challenge run? According to who?
Tend to be unforgiving from what you know of them. Will was
Who
lucky
decided
he didn't
that?
face a more severe
But I promise you, but I don't have a clue where to start, other than play her games and play by the rules. The only way out is if I can out-bargain her. We're standing... We can...
It takes specific routing to do this efficiently in the early game. And also, like I just mentioned, I didn't use this last run. I mostly do this for the XP.
Always room for more.
But answer me this. Does Raphael's armor help with your damage?
I know. It's just... quite a lot, if I'm being honest.
Well met. I am Raphael.
Elixir of Viciousness I've been a fan of in Wild Shapes. You just have a lot of dice in your attack. That makes sense. Oh, but damage mitigations... I can speak. Mitigation's god tier with that. No.
I don't like this at all.
It's not meaningfully more than other things available. If I want good damage mitigation on heavy armor, I can just go make the Adamantine Splint. It's 1 less DR. It's 2 less AC. And that's not a meaningful difference. Because, oh no, I have to use the armor that gives me the second most mitigation in that slot. It's a negligible difference.
It might just be...
Take the free food.
Am I a friend?
That's also without accounting for, even when mitigating damage, there are cases where Helldusk armor is not your winner.
For certain.
Because it doesn't give you the crit immunity itself. You need a different slot for crit immunity. So let's say you're doing a build where you're using two-handed weapons, so you can't use a shield, And let's say you don't have heavy armor proficiency. So that rules out adamantine splint as well, but it also rules out the Grimskull helm. So you can't have crit immunity if you're wearing the Helldusk armor. So you would then be wearing the adamantine scale rather than the splint. That'd be the medium armor, which still has 1 DR, still has crit immunity, still has good AC, but you're crit immune. And eating a crit while wearing the Helldusk armor, you're taking more damage than you would take not eating that crit on that same exact hit with adamantine. This is one of those examples of there's no absolutes. Like, there are some items that are very, very good, very, very valuable. You can still find cases where they aren't the right tool for the job.
I could fix it all. Like...
That's what separates us.
A vampire? So... Sure, and he might be right. We've had no luck so far. Creatures like them. And what?
Department approval with all the companions, telling them, hey, let's not hook up with Raphael, or whatever.
Bloody. Now, he knows
Also
our
ripping
secret.
force mail stacks to 7 DR,
Claims he
yeah,
can
which
help.
can be more.
Well, not the worst prospect we've stumped. There were no right answers with that devil. Cunning, see? Sowing doubt is an old...
There are scenarios where Helldusk is really good, it's not invincibility and canon, people think it is, never was. Yeah, it's just a very comfortable safety net.
I came just in time. You are transforming.
I can't see that hair as anything other than Eridan hair. Alright, let's see. Did it cook? This looks like somebody's hairdresser. Am I wrong?
Yes, you have. I saved you before.
Yeah, it's definitely somebody's hairdresser.
And I'm here to save you again.
Best invincibility is Abjuration Wizard. What damage can get to me?
become a mind
A rogue can get to as tanky or tankier than Abjuration with
I'll protect you.
with the right kit. But yeah, that's a level of like, okay, nobody can really hurt you. And that's independent of gear. Gear helps, but
Independent.
lurking but she is a slay. Next to
There
lurk
is-
Danny.
I will keep it from consume. A fight. You. Wait.
Oh yeah, nauseated. For Gore to deal with that. Oh, that means I will need to long rest again. Anything I want to do before that rest? Not really. I'll just take care of it now.
There you are! He took a little of my blood, but Cazador fed me rats and bugs. Still, that was the part. I've no objection to being nice, of course. No.
Grandma had so many wigs like that, can't help but associate it with old lady.
Did you
Same.
have any strange It seems like we can't escape this.
Don't you, but you're desperate to be. The parasites are merely a symptom. Were it not for my protection.
Furthermore, if you get the Helldusk in Act 3, it's at its worst in terms of overall value. Yeah, it's competing with a lot of things at that point. And the amount of things that do interact with your damage that go in that slot really starts to spike in Act 3. Because before that point, you're looking at, what, Graceful Cloth, Mighty Cloth, Potent Robe, if you really squint, Poisoner's Robe. What else is directly giving conventional builds damage in that slot at that point? Not much. So, sure, take the defenses. But when you get to Act 3, well, every single build that does damage can use Mutilated Carapace. A lot of builds can use Armor of the Sporekeeper. Ballist armor is ballist armor. And then also for the task of damage mitigation, Armor of Persistence enters the conversation. Another one. Man, I wish I had your BG3 drive. Yeah, we're 3 hours into this one.
Will be no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
I gotta go pick up the stack of strength pots from where Ethel was. Can't forget that.
Better wait till the hubbub's died down.
We're gonna go fight the Flint soon. Like I said, I'm planning to go level 5 here. Go Hill Giant Club for now. Yeah, Absolute Swordwork makes sense. Did I happen to luck into a stone skin anywhere? Never lucky. Protection from energy? No? That's okay.
Let's move.
I can rationalize that weapon isn't Rat-Bat. Instincts say, how do you have Rat-Bat already? Yeah, the happy brain chemicals seeing that icon. I'm with you there.
Fresh sweets are warm.
Yeah, I didn't expect Ethel's Well to work with Symbiotic, but I guess that kind of confirms that Symbiotic Entity isn't actually temp HP, it's just kind of pretending to be. There is a Rat-Bat in Act 1. Does it exist in Otter mode? Yeah, Blooded Great Axe is what Trade is referring to there, for those who are confused by that statement. How you doing, Lazy Hazel?
I have something to ask.
Need anything else? Always happy to help those who follow the first circle.
Let's take one more of those, I think. A Gloves of Missile Snare would be fantastic for the Gnolls if they worked on the Gnolls, but for whatever reason, Gnoll archers just are ignored by those gloves.
No helping it. We're exposed now.
Hazel's chilling, Wasteland style, let's go.
Die if I met Eroica reeking of this place. I'll never get the smell out of my clothes. I'll have to burn them.
Don't want to draw any attention.
A little precise. almost afraid to ask how this build works. So the idea will be wild shape wolf to do exposing bite. And then I drop wild shape. And then I benefit from exposing bite on my next attack. It's not your next wild shape attack, it's next attack. So I can force a crit on throwing something, shooting a bow, casting a spell, whatever. That's the build. Here we go. Time for greed. This is something I normally save until after I've already gotten critical hit immunity.
That's the symbol of the Absolute, marked in blood.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. Out of sight, out of mind.
Okay, we got the perfect initiative.
You see yourself through her eyes. A memory buried. A strange symbol glows, marked on their flesh.
Optimally,
And something within you.
Blend wins initiative here and you come in second.
Sensing its host something.
Think I positioned so that she'll go for the Null Hunter? Good. That's an archer off the board already. Take advantage of spores here. Usually goes for the hyena. Yeah, if you move in such a way that she's closer to this right side here, that would be cardinal direction-wise to the east, she's more likely to go for the hunter than the hyena. You have to do Grim Fight in front of him, down which level you fight him at. I'd probably go at least level 5, so I have extra attack if I'm doing martials for that. Went down from 110 to 32. Good. They're behaving exactly as I wanted them to. Nice change. That one slightly less so, but...
On my way.
There's an illicit parasite in that corpse.
Little resource
You should
intensive,
take
but
a look.
By the gods, you're a sweet sight. Are any of my crew still alive out there?
1 second. It's gonna be lightning charges, dashing, thanks to the speedy light feat.
This risen road's more dangerous. We're bound for Baldur's Gate. Tell the fellow on the door. Little serpent.
I always tell people about my little serpent room. Way ahead of you, brother. Fuck Null Hunters, they're ridiculous. Yeah, Null Hunters, each one individually can just send you back to the Nautiloid. Especially if you don't have critical hit immunity. Did I get a candle? I did. Do something a little greedy.
Softer than a whisper. Let's see what you're hiding.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Okay. If you can outright one-shot Ollie fast enough that Rugen doesn't notice, that's optimal XP for the way I like to do things.
No traps, please.
Regards, like to see his main big dogs for Anubis.
Horse in the
No, I lingered too long. This doesn't really affect the plan, Rugen.
There must be something valuable.
This just means I'm doing this in your face instead of being sneaky about it. I want to lose my concentration. Also don't want him to run me into the knolls. Let's see. Hera, Hestia, Ares. What's I'm doing? Need to replenish bombs, so let's move Fezzik, like I always forget to do.
No hesitation.
Probably. Oh, I forgot to elixir up for that fight. That's the skill issue. Probably worth it to vigilance for Joaquin's.
Look where city be found.
Smoke. Something's burning. On my way.
Great God, Helm. Allow us peace in this plane and beyond. Teach us care.
So no minor illusion makes this
I hear shouting. Someone needs help.
slightly more annoying to pull off.
I should speak up.
My favorite druid? It's a toss-up between spores and stars. Depends on my mood.
Great God, Helm. Allow us peace in this plane and beyond. Teach us care when we would be. Teach us certainty when we would have doubt. So it is spoken, and so is it done. Great God, Helm. Allow us peace when we would be. Teach us care when we would be reckless. Would have doubt. So it is spoken,
Right.
and so is it
Time
done.
to skulk about. That's a friendly looking shadow.
It's just running. Never seen that NPC do that. Did he just nope out of the game? Bro said, fuck this shit, I'm out. Okay. Sure. TC'd. Yeah.
Your listen, I must and you. May I trust you'll see it through? I will seek.
I don't need any attention right now.
Okay. Hello?
Just out of view.
Florix doing it too? Game? I'm trying to get in combat. Oh, okay. Now you were. Thanks. That's helpful. Sure, man. Well, I was trying to do something, but now I feel like that's very risky to go for.
That won't work.
I noticed.
Help! Anyone? I'm in here!
Alright, fuck it, we ball. That fist disappearing from the game was up the lost XP. I really don't feel good about that. Oh good, encumbered. Okay. Next attack I do is gonna crit. She hypnotized herself, so her concentration broke. So I could either do this. Drop wild shape. This is a D10. I think we go there. But not trying to kill you, Floric. You're making this very difficult for me.
Another fight. Let's go.
Really? Sure. Ow. Floric is out for blood. Can't jump through that. Nice. You don't do the two campaigns, not all in Zog's XP not worth it, fight too random and tedious. It's a good chunk of XP. However, the amount of time and luck it takes to do that. Now there's a method you can do that's no luck at all. If you allow yourself to use one of the companions. So I could do it, but it just takes a bunch of time and I don't consider it worth it. Because at the end of the day, the amount of XP you get off of both of those champions is 2 Grimforge enemies worth of XP. Just 2. Floric is giving me a real fucking time. How were you rolling? Sure, man. I almost killed her out of tilt. If that attack missed, I probably would have just killed her. Got my losses.
Should mind my step.
I can't move. Someone help!
But hey, we got to do a pretty cool exposing bite against her there. Got to showcase the build.
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Can anyone hear me? Please!
It's like Slorik was borking up the wrong orc. Good one.
Oh, Miri.
That took the edge off.
No. You should have stayed.
If I just kept my mouth... She said I'd never...
So I have Speak with Dead.
Could you ask the Dowry?
The corpse regards you.
I do want Hammer Raft. Put on this for burning immunity. So waltz in. Cannot believe Flora gave me that much trouble. You gonna kill him? Nope. Killing him is 1 XP. Doing his quest is more XP. It's only beneficial to not save him on Dirge. And I'm not Dirge.
Looks like there's a chest buried in that hay.
Now I can kill him after, but...
What's up for discussion?
Like now.
Everyone else minds their business. I'll be fine. Carefully now.
I missed Blade Work. Talking down this Ox is 50 XP. He will automatically aggro if you're a drow, so be aware of that.
I was ready to run.
You can kill him after for 50 XP, but I don't feel like it. Hope your Tuesday's been Tuesdaying and having a lot of fun doing Hexblade Warlock for the first time. Let's go, Wales. Tuesday is it's been Tuesday. You know? You disguise around that? You can.
Doesn't look like much.
You spot a man.
Bugger! And
At the ready. This calls for careful footwork. Let's get in and out.
Took you a minute there, buddy.
Again. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
So a lot of these one-off NPCs you'll see me killing, with the exception of that whole Floric thing, you'll see me doing it in situations where I win no matter what. I missed that fire arrow. Didn't matter. He was standing next to a bunch of fire wine barrels. So he died.
Look at that.
That's fun. Whoa, come on in.
Watch how you go. There's a trap.
Going through his Thalolithid? No. I just don't need the powers yet.
What's that? That might be worth a look.
You need to buy me. Tenfold whatever please.
I would fate. I pity. Our trader can show you some of our more. Our trader can show you.
Okay, we get for the chest. Now, we already killed Ollie. They don't mind if I just snipe Ruben. Well, Oscar minds. For some reason. But Oscar sucks, he doesn't matter.
Well, if you have the gold, my pet artist will make... Of course. Got some interesting stock for a friend of the family.
Buy Gloves of Thievery. Look at his top 3. He's gonna drop Jolty Vest, Titan Stringbow, Giant Breaker. Fine with that. I like Rupturing Blade. Is this a Rupturing Blade kind of run? I could risk dying to critting myself with Rupturing Blade. Yeah, that sounds fun.
Pleasure.
Can't risk being in open view.
You lived. Ow. 3. I would make a decision. Half orc for crit, dwarf for invisibility. For rogue build, no multi-class. If you're not very familiar with rogue, then I would go with which one of those makes you feel safer. Half orc has that extra cheat death as well once per long rest, and that could be nice. And they do have that little bit of extra movement speed, because remember, dwarves get that movement speed penalty. Wergar, you get that on-demand invis, but do keep in mind, if you're good about maintaining your resources, you could stock up on invis pots and achieve a similar effect, right? I do think half-orc might be more friendly for you, but if you are more worried about positioning with things like invis than you are about survival, then you might find Wergar better. There's also the picking a third option of picking something that gives you good gear proficiencies. Remember, rogue does not natively get medium armor or shield proficiencies. So if you want critical hit immunity, you're going to need to take feats to get those proficiencies. If you aren't already getting shields from being a human or half-elf, or medium armor by being a shield dwarf or Githyanki.
Should get started.
Can you see me? Rogue gets 4 feats, right? Yes. Levels 4 8, 10, and 12. Remember, Fighter gets their extra feat at 6, Rogue doesn't get theirs until 10. Oh, I did level up. Actually, not going to do that yet.
Don't waste a step.
Fancy emote, nice.
Maybe I need more pockets. What's hiding here?
So we did some combats, broke some of my own rules, but we're now level 5. I like hitting level 5 before going to Grimforge because a nice breakpoint for exploration XP spots, the two nice ones are levels 5 and 8. If you see a runner who takes exploration XP optimization seriously, taking them at other levels, it's usually a matter of losing access. Like, I took the Grove front gate one at level 4 because I didn't feel like going through the whole roundabout thing of getting Will past that trigger without breaking his AI. It's an involved process that I just never feel like I can be bothered to do. So I give up that one. In a region-locked run, you'll see runners taking the Act 1 spots at level 7 because you lose access to the map by the time you get to level 8. So, but you get nice little bumps at 5 and 8 for your yields from the spots, so works out well. Guess I could take Enhanced Sleep here, free up another druid slot. Oh, that's fine. Prep Thunderwave. The will sequence isn't as bad as it looks. Yeah, like, I could do it very simply. It's pure laziness. So I have bonus action hide, I have disguise, umbral shroud. Does this work as favorably as hide in plain sight or one with shadows?
Softer than a whisper.
Food for thought. Challenge Runner did it after level 11 to get the most XP. It's too much optimization. Yeah, I've done that at level 11. I have hit level 12 in Act 1. Or I should say, more accurately, I've hit level 12 before losing access to Act 1 on a couple of runs. It's not something I tend to do, but I do like getting 11 pre-Merkle. That's comfy, that's fun.
What path lies before me?
have another scroll, right? Yeah, let's get stupid with this. Not.
Never wanted the easy path.
Surprise round. A wild shape. Exposing bite. Drop wild shape. Red ambusher. There we go. That's the build. It's my most normal run under. Merkel? No, not Merkel. I don't really die to the same thing twice. If I die to something, I make sure that that thing can't kill me again. I have not died to the same thing twice in... it's been a very long time. It's been a very long time. That's my advice. If something kills you, get past that thing in your next run. That's your only goal. Because if you can apply that to most things in the game, then you know what you're doing in every encounter. The last death I had that was like a significant learned lesson was actually the last time I was doing a wild shape build. The greater zombies in the morgue, they crit me out of my wild shape, and then I didn't have enough HP to survive. So since then, I prioritize having higher HP outside of my wild shape in such builds, so that that can't happen. And I also don't go into that greater zombie encounter unprepared anymore.
Messed up. At least you won't live to regret it.
Here goes nothing.
What do you do last? Lose or run? That.
This calls for careful footwork.
Ag hold person did me in. Thought did enough damage to get our conversation. Always have immunity.
Swift as my feet can carry me. Can't risk being
Care about a lethargic turn? I don't think I do.
what you're hiding.
Yeah, I'm chilling. peak dueling. Yeah, I hated that. So that mod added an enemy you can fight up to 3 times throughout the game. Then his whole thing is you can't really do anything to him until he challenges you to a duel. But when he challenges you to a duel, the AI takes control of your character for 10 turns. And it's just like, that death clip was my character choosing to, instead of ever healing, just throwing shit at her own feet. It was very distressing.
Try something else.
Quag meltdown emote.
Seems like the best way.
Better be cautious.
That's annoying.
Free for the taking. Just out of view.
Cutting to the chase.
Feels weird playing Gloom, chat.
Minds their business. I'll be fine.
Hey, Honey Boy Rams, welcome in. Hope you're well.
I'm done. I can't wait to sleep.
Have I played other Larian games like DOS 2 and DOS? I tried to get into DOS 2 after first getting into this game, and it couldn't really hook me. Maybe I revisit it eventually. I've been saying that for like a year now. But it didn't really hook me. This was my first Larian game, and it's hard to go backwards through their catalog. Wanted to catch me on stream, got into the game on YouTube, now here we are. Hey, welcome over to the Twitch side of things. Really, I'm just glad people like and use the VODs channel. I am a long-form content watcher kind of person myself. Like if I'm cooking or eating or trying to sleep, I just like having a long-form video on. So, anyone coming in saying they've been watching the VODs, it feels like I found my people.
It's her, Karlak, the Archdevil's servant.
Made a run of the Ranger Sorcerer build, the multiplayer run to help get some friends their gold dice. Gonna do Gloomstalker, White Draconic Sorcerer. Please forgive me for my Gloomstalker sins. Hey, if you want the initiative. Fair enough.
This one, you can absorb its potential.
You're mine.
I do like Psionic Overload. Go for it before I talk myself out of it. Guild of Thralls? Probably. They DOS do better in terms of combat, do not being constrained to D&D mechanics. Build variety is better ammo. Oh, there's plenty of build variety in this game. I couldn't comment on if DOS has more, but I will say that this game has more than people give it credit for. And I would not say that a non-D&D rule set is inherently better or worse. It's just different. There are plenty of things I didn't like about DOS 2's combat that I feel were done better here. It's okay to have a preference. I would hesitate to call something definitively better than another. Especially without having, like, extensive experience with both things, you know? Like it better, that's all? Yeah, that's valid. No need to long rest, get spells, what makes me like it. That makes sense. I hate long resting. I hate long resting. So, I can understand that. I think I want Dread Ambush or Hide more than I want the initiative. If you're going for that, then, like, I would encourage just managing your resources well and using invis pots. But if you want to go that route, that still makes sense. Like, it's hard for me to ever not play Hunter. Let's put it that way. Hunter is just that good.
This calls for careful footwork.
Come on, can't stay idle.
You were not surprised. I'm gonna run out of speed pots playing the way I am here.
With haste.
Do it anyway. Because it's fun. I haven't short rested. Well, let's confirm. Yeah, still on cooldown. Okay. Didn't know that Spore ability can break potions. Yeah, it's really nice for that. Hey Jor, how are you? It's my favorite spell in this game. Dissonant Whispers. Kind of felt that one coming, you know? Played a bit with Extend Spell Dissonant Whispers recently. It seemed good. Ooh.
Better than nothing.
Short rest. So, Yeah, that's the thing. I have to track whether I've used Exposing Bite this short rest. So I kind of want to develop an alternative wild shape sort of play when Exposing Bite isn't available. If necessary, I could take more druid levels to facilitate that. Use Badger Burrow. Movement speed intensive. I guess maybe this is an area where maybe if I save one wild shape charge for wolf and then one for symbiotic. That makes sense. I should take these goblin warriors seriously. Because, menacing attack crit with Fury the Small can one-shot me. Exposing Bite. Force crit.
Out of sight, out of mind.
You spotted me how? Okay, fine. Whatever, man. Would half elf move speed add on wild shape? Yes. Was it mean the info you're doing for non-wild shape attacks, like you're gonna wild shape, exposing bite, change back to the weapon or something? Oh, yeah, exactly that. It also works on spells, and the way it works is it works on any that you queue up, so you can do, you know, like a multi-beam spell, Eldritch Blast, Upcast Scorching Ray, and they will all crit. That seems good. Yeah. And this is value you get for only 2 levels of Druid. So I'm quite intrigued by it, you know? I don't have any good AoE scrolls right now. Don't really want to fight gnolls. I have a vigilance. It'll be fine. Might also just play some sort of tanky babysitter cleric that could hang out 20 to bail them out to get it over their heads. Also makes sense. Hey, the Deadly Sun. Has the gate? It's going well. At the Githyanki patrol, when I insist to do the talking because I want to skip fighting Lizelle wasn't in my party yet. They called me her pet. Whenever my character was Dragonborn, get the Dragon Riders, just what he says. I am not sure. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with all the Dragonborn dialogue, so I couldn't tell you. Hello. I jumped a little too far.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
I'd Dread Ambusher.
Another step forward.
Didn't mean to get in combat there, but...
If everyone else minds their business.
Just take the 5 in Gloom, still thinking about Final Form. Still thinking about Final Form.
Have to keep going.
This is as far as I had, like, a concrete plan. I wanted Dread Ambusher to offset not having alert, and also having that attack.
I'll need to rest soon.
I have not really thought too far ahead of this.
One day I'll catch a break.
The creature's eyes roll back.
So spoiled having level 3 Cloud of Daggers minor illusion for the Knolls. Oh yeah. Such a cool build idea, actually. Thank you. I was very interested in seeing how it would work out. I'm happy to see that's not disappointing people. They make blood trails as they run. Let's do that. They don't get anything except the breath. First run is Dragonborn. They do get other things than the breath, though. Dragonborn and half-orcs are heavier than most other playable races, so they're harder to push around. Also, you get a resistance of your choice. And remember, each player race gets a different kind of potion from Araj. Certain Dragonborn get really good ones from Araj. Like, for example, if you are a white Dragonborn, you get a use of Ice Storm from your blood potion, which is crazy. But if you're like a green Dragonborn, you get Poison Spray, which... So case by case there. But Dragonborn are definitely way better than they're given credit for. How do I do with you? You trigger Wild Strike and Wild Shape, and change back and spend your extra attack and a regular attack? No, and that's why I want extra attack from a different source, because non-Wild Strike does work in Wild Shape. But Wild Strike does not work outside of Wild Shape. So I can, like, start my extra attack in Wild Shape, drop it, and still be continuing the chain. Like to be able to think more creative stuff, proud of some what I've thought. I feel like I've confined myself traditionally meta stuff in terms of builds. A lot of the time I'll be like, hey, this is an ability that I think is really cool. What can I build around it? Like, exposing Bite is something that I've thought was cool for a long time. And I never see anyone messing with it, so... I wanted to. Not optimistic about how this will go, but what else am I going to use these slots on? Yeah, that worked out. How hard would Mod Dragonborn Psychic Breath go? I mean, pretty hard, but regular Dragonborn's already good. All of the breath weapons, except for the fire ones, are action refreshes, so they're great combat openers. And being able to, let's say you pick a black Dragonborn, you pick up acid resistance. Acid damage is uncommon, but being able to resist it when it's happening is hugely impactful. The things that do acid damage hit hard. Playing a blue Dragonborn and having lightning resistance that way can be really nice if you're doing something like electrified water stuff. Then maybe you don't feel so pressured to be wearing the Sparks Wall all the time. Doesn't give you immunity to the conditions, but something.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Gnolls are everywhere.
Could have gone worse. Kinda surprised my Thunder Waves worked. I guess they don't have good constitution. We take those. I have absolutely no plans for my second level spell slots. At least in terms of what spells I am capable of casting right now. So, may as well be Thunder Wave, right? Can you get immunity any damage type in the game? Temporarily. In some cases, yes. Like, you can have thunder immunity while you're in a silence bubble, or while you are silenced in any way.
Anything of use?
Karlach can get fire immunity for a very short period of time, technically speaking. You can get so much physical damage reduction that there aren't any sources in the game big enough to damage you, outside of things like the Forge Hammer, or massive fall damage. Black Dragonborn acid resist can be interesting with Noxious Fumes gloves. Get everyone fuming, just tank it. Noxious Fumes doesn't hurt allies, so I like where your head's at, but I think you're already safe from it. But here's a concept. You can stand on Caustic Brine if you have 2 damage reduction and acid resistance. It can't hurt you. So that's a place to start. But more so like ooze type enemies. They do a ton of acid damage. Having a resist there can be nice. Let's go fix Karlach, because I'll forget if I don't. Got your ooze right here. Oh, for free? If I try to overheat build, items give you heat charges? Yes. It's a tool. It's like how lightning charges are a useful tool to plug into builds. Heat is the same way. Going on an ooze cruise, you're all invited. Thanks, Danny. I think.
More goblins. What's next?
I think. I'm still trying to figure that one out.
Need anything else?
It's much harder to make it work compared to lightning charge. I would agree with that. Yeah. Get my Dragonborn staff, gives you lightning charge and attacking, cast spells, give shard the staff you need to craft yourself, gives you the Ray of Frost. Nice. So test Giant Killer. Well, I've been wanting to do Giant Killer for waiting with bated
My
breath.
selection's pretty slim. I had to leave most of my equipment in Elturel.
Feeling illicit?
Works like Greater Kushiko counter, where you can trigger extra attack off of it. Amazing. Yet another Hunter W. They never stop.
Hey, soldier.
Take.
I don't think I've ever felt. Do you want to? I'd love. Soldier.
We'll flirt with everybody. I haven't decided who we're risen.
If you.
Ultra must hunt. What's your recommended source for your first piece of Infernal Metal? I already got Carlacker first upgrade. Just wanted to ask what's the recommended first piece. The one I just used is the one from the Blighted Village. I'd recommend that one. Because it's like completely safe to get, free and all that. Another good early one that I'm just remembering I forgot to get because I haven't really done much in the Goblin Camp yet. Is the one in Droraxlin's little little hideout. We'll go there in a moment.
The mark glows, but you feel nothing in response. Your illithid power is beyond reach until you rest.
Yeah, I'll use Charm Person.
But the Absolute says we're all making.
So, Charm Person often gets dismissed because a lot of people will be like, hey, I can just use friends. But Charm Person is not concentration. So I was able to use it in combination with Guidance. And that's why I like it.
Well.
Is this layer form good? Yes.
Need something?
If so, what would be the equipments that are good for it, like the Druid ones? So, very little equipment will affect the Slayer. Boots of Striding and Shadeclinger armor will affect the Slayer the same way they are just kind of permanent buffs that you can apply to yourself if you know how to equip and unequip them in specific ways. So there's those. Shapeshifter's Boon Ring, I guess. But you're mostly looking at class features, elixir management, and permanent buffs to get extra power into the Slayer form. Also, Slayer form scales with character level. Do you know how cantrips scale with character level rather than class level? They will scale up at level 5, and then again at level 10. The Slayer form scales up massively at level 10. How many hours have I played the game? Steam says 5,228, and that was several hours ago. So, 5,230 something. For 5,000, yeah, Rolls Royce. So yeah, for Slayer, if you build your stat distribution well, you could be running around with 30 strength in the Slayer form. That's my preferred approach. And with 30 strength, well, your accuracy is crazy. You do very good damage, especially your damage floor is very high. And that's where consistency can be found. At level 10, you get improved extra attack, 1 level before fighters get it. Your strength score goes from base 20 to base 25. Your HP goes from 90-something to 153. Druid armor doesn't work in Slayer form? Correct. Sadly, Orin's clothes don't either for Slayer. That one is a damn shame. You're gonna surprise your Borderlands hour count? Yeah, eventually. Just a matter of time, really. Let me just get Bardic Inspiration from Shadow Bard, Guidance for Barbarian Karlak. Let me cast Thaumaturgy and intimidate that goblin. First part of this message, Barbarian Karlak can be guidance. It's not that weird. Everyone can cast Guidance, there's an amulet for it. It's at the beginning of the game. Falcon. You can have that. Left field question, would you try the real-time mod for this game? I've thought about it. It's not something I would commit to doing a playthrough with. But would I mess around with it? Yeah. I don't actually need that.
Pleasure.
So if I was min-maxing inspos, I would have Will in my party for this.
We want you dead, you dumb knuckle. Not dead any round.
Meh.
Thanks.
It's your? Not yet. Not yet.
A scrying eye. Best not
35
do anything
XP for saving that
suspicious while
guy.
it's watching.
Hordes of hunters and a few pariahs to carry the powder kegs.
They're prepared to fight for the absolute.
What they do ain't exactly fighting. All they gotta do is light up a powder.
So many new friends in here today. They must hear the greatness. We just gotta speak cryptically about it to get them to wonder what it is and come back for more. I'm okay getting off vigilance now.
I don't need any attention right now. Swift as my feet can carry me.
Yeah, it's kind of like borderline unplayable, Wolves Race, because like you just cannot, you can't do anything. It's pretty wild. But it's definitely one of those novelty things, like, oh, I wonder how crazy it could get, and then it's immediately just, yeah. Can you pause? No. I mean, not in combat. You can maybe turn-based outside of combat, but not in. Keeping Saz alive till Act 2 give you anything except achievement? Nope. It does not. Giant Killer doesn't work while transformed. Sad.
I'm still looking to shift some supplies. Don't have much to spare, but it's more than we can carry.
So level 5 means we could go to Grimforge. What time is it? It's 8. I've been live for 10 hours, and I got a little more in me. Hey, Andy, thank you for the 5 months. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Good to see you. How's your day?
Girl and she's on fire.
First step is the hardest.
Trade, does Giant Killer have a, return limit? Going well, works smooth, now I get to relax, let's go. Doesn't say on the card, because if it doesn't, Duelist Prerogative Hunter. You find 2 large enemies. And you're doing 6 whirlwind attacks. Without haste or bloodlust in a turn.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Come, Silver. Stay close.
All right, time to skulk about.
Gotta wait for Mark Earl to move his dumb racist ass. I revive some dire wolves to see if that works.
A couple turns should do it.
Not good. Appropriate roll.
Just out of view. Scout doesn't venture. These tracks. Goblins.
I'll do Symbiotic Entity right now because I, use that for brushed. I'll use Symbiotic Entity right now because I can't get Exposing Bite back for the day.
Do you think the fight up front went bad?
Died from that? That's crazy. Turns out my first rank run, my Giant Killer Merkle idea was real. Yeah.
What's inside?
I know it's slightly XP negative to not talk to him, but fuck that guy.
Let's see what this does.
Really? That's enough to go prone? Sure. Would you mind? There an easier way to enlarge people with the interaction with the spell? Can you throw a Colossus Elixir? Colossus Elixir can't be delivered by throwing, but I know vendors are at least willing to drink Colossus Elixirs in their inventory, so it's probably worth testing to see if you could reverse pickpocket them into a wider variety of NPC inventories. At least, you know, you can get it into their inventories, we know that much, but the question is whether or not they'll be willing to use them. Like, some NPCs have scroll AI and some don't. That kind of thing.
You carry a gift, Yankee. Walk away. Now.
In bed.
If anyone asks, I'll say you were transforming. Don't expect to be mourned.
Let me up. And I'll lose. But
Charter. Heroism? Heroism. I'm gonna run out of speed pots from, like, using them in very stupid ways. But it's all part of the fun, right? Closing bite. Transmuter, wizard, potion builder, not something you allow? No, it's something I allow. Just I haven't bothered to set it up this run. But it is something I do sometimes. I already have Brenna Brightsong hired. It's just I have not taken the time to go do it. Okay, so we got the exposing bite set up. I think I like Hunter's Mark. Let's throw something. Yeah, I have dueling fighting style. A dagger throw would be good if I want to wait. Like, I don't have to... Like, I could dread ambusher. Kind of want to see how a throw goes. It's greed. We could get real stupid. It works? Amazing. Extremely common Hunter W. They quite frankly never stop. You okay? Overcommitted a lot of resources, but it's cool to be able to just crit whatever I want. Non-tavern brawler throw. Only 16 strength. Well, then crit and owlbear, which is badass.
Let me guess. You're devil. Care to explain why you reek of the hells?
Who needs redacted? Would you have rabies? Yeah, you know, I think you cooked, Mick. I thought about going Zariel Tiefling. You know, that would have been another shot for Karlach. To do Searing Smite, Branding Smite type stuff, but meh. Gotta remember I'm a half-orc, and the half-orc crit is, a scale higher than the throwing. Let's find... Pick like one more decent fight, I think. I don't know if there's a single enemy I can go for. I can go for Gandrel if I got a Death Wish. Kinda like heading out without Isabel's blessing, though. Ulma? It's a crit build, one from Exposing Bite, one from Luck of the Far Realms, one from Killer Sweetheart. Can use anything else to get crits. I could use Scarlet Saturation for crits as well once I get that. And then there's always using Paralytics. There's putting people to sleep.
Need any advantage I can get. Don't want to draw any attention. Best be on my way.
Not bad.
What path lies before me?
Not bad at all. What are direwolf bite attacks? 2d6 plus 1d10 plus 3. I don't think the 1d10 even works. I think based on wild shape doesn't scale at all. I didn't look at the regular bite. Let's look what exposing bite is at level 2 here. It's just 1d4 plus 0 plus 3. Yeah, I guess the plus 0 is the d10 that doesn't work. Ultimately, I don't care about the actual damage of the wolf, but it's one thing this game might have been missing story-wise. Characters specialize in particular tasks, such as Rune Dwarf, Halfling, Dragon Age. Recruit merchants fit into the story in your camp. Still create our own headcanon, I suppose. Yeah. They didn't go with a, this person's here for this role type thing, did they? I don't mind that, but you're right, they did. Excuse me. Apologies.
Just out of view. Right, time to skulk about.
Well, see, thank you.
Moving ahead.
Excuse me. Alright. Not sure if you talk about it. Possible to proc exposing bite on items before combat need to be an actual target. I've not tried to use it on inanimate objects.
That took the edge off.
Let's see. That is a good question. It appears to work. So that could be nice for opening certain doors and such. I don't know, maybe you could... I guess the problem is, I don't know if you need to successfully do damage with exposing bite for it to do the thing. So let's find something sturdy. Yeah, you have medium toughness. Oh, it does apply. And capitalizing off of that, if I were to do something like... didn't appear to crit. I applied the condition, though. Needs more testing. Needs more testing. But I wonder if that's useful for anything.
More for me.
I see was crack, focus on the freezer burn route with her. Nice. Didn't really need the duo except for bossing. That's cool.
Here goes nothing.
So with Duelist Prerogative you get 1 extra attack per reaction, so 2 additional whirlwinds. So yeah, Hunter continues to be just the AoE merchant.
Need something?
Alright, here's the sauce trade. You have an Eldritch Knight. Bind Duelist Prerogative. Then you have another Eldritch Knight. Bind Rat Bat. And then you switch between them by using one of the attacks to throw equip. He pulled that off. So a lot of forms of retaliation attacks, such as riposte type thing, but not riposte itself, they will enable your extra attack if you do it during your turn. And they will enable your extra attack independently of your normal actions and their extra attack. So it's an extra attack. Is Hunter AoE that much better than Fighter Improved Extra Attack? Never played Hunter, so asking? Yes. At level 11, Hunters get 2 abilities, Whirlwind Attack and Volley. They are just regular, like, hey, I'm making a regular weapon attack, but it's against everyone in the AoE. There's no cooldown on this ability. It's just a thing you could do instead of a regular attack. There's no damage penalty. It's just the same damage as a regular attack. But with Whirlwind Attack, you're attacking everyone in, like...
Pleasure.
Let's see. Think about this radius. Everyone and every object you attack with a melee weapon with that. And Volley is the same thing, just ranged.
Need something?
Whirlwind Attack's a little bit tighter than that. But that's what I had for representation. So yeah, a fighter can have their 3 attacks that they can send at 3 different targets. You know, maybe they have Cleave, so they can AoE with one of them and then do regular attacks to the other 2. But a hunter can just be AoEing the entire room with every attack. My bad. And that enables things like, let's say you apply oil of combustion to a group. Sneezing fit. I'm dying. It's over. I'm cooked. Let's say you apply oil of combustion to a group, and you just volley. Hit everyone at once, detonate all of their oils at once. They all hit each other, too. It wouldn't be super misleading to call it quadratic damage scaling. Nice storm. It's fun. Figure it out next time. Yeah, clearly my my nose wants me to stop. So that's gonna be it for today. We did 10.5 hours today. Dying. Finished up the Mage Ranger run. And started this one. We'll continue this tomorrow. Excuse me. Allowed to die? Yeah. I'm reading Mark. If you got my emails, feel free to jiggle. We're in Agio. Thank you so much, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.